Chapter 384. Beside the azure sea, on the golden beach, several huge parasols had appeared out of nowhere. Under the huge parasols, there were 10 long reclining chairs. Several small round tables were placed between these reclining chairs, on which there were various iced drinks and desserts. In the hot weather, one couldn't help but feel a chill in one's heart when looking at it. Under one of the umbrellas, Wu Yan is wearing a pair of shorts. He's wearing a pair of sunglasses, and he's leisurely sipping from a bottle of drink. He looks like he's having a good time. Oni-chan, master. Flandre-chan and Astria ran over and jumped under the parasols. However, one of them jumped on Wu Yan while the other jumped on the table filled with drinks and desserts. When Flandre-chan jumped into Wu Yan's arms, a creaking sound could be heard. Wu Yan didn't feel any pain from Flandre-chan's attack, but the recliner under him groaned in pain. Wu Yan might be strong enough to withstand Flandre-chan's attack, but he still had a drink in his mouth. Flandre-chan's attack caused Wu Yan's eyes to bulge. The drink in his mouth turned into a mist and splashed onto the beach. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he hugged Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan, are you trying to choke me to death? Flandre-chan stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. However, she didn't want to come down, and she snuggled into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ha! Yan, you're quite fast. You've even prepared all these. Hinagiko leisurely walked in front of Wu Yan, staring at the parasols, and said with a bit of surprise. Wu Yan can only roll his eyes, and said in an exasperated tone. What do you mean fast? These things. It took me an hour to prepare them. That's the time you two took to change. Hinagiko chuckled dryly before muttering to herself. What are you talking about? Girls change clothes. It takes some time anyway. Unlike you. Then, Chuju glanced at Wu Yan. He's naked except for a pair of shorts. She blushed and turned her head away, even though the two of them have been naked for quite some time now. Big brother, look at this swimsuit I'm wearing. Isn't it beautiful? Flandre-chan lifted her head from Wu Yan's arms. She tried her best to raise her body, so that Wu Yan could see her. She looked at Wu Yan with anticipation. Not bad. It's cute. Smiling at Flandre-chan, Wu Yan nodded in approval. Flandre-chan couldn't help but giggle in delight. At this time, Wu Yan noticed that the girls had all come out of the villa. They followed behind Chuju and appeared in front of Wu Yan. Their swimsuits of different sizes stunned Wu Yan. He couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Wu Yan's reaction was seen by the girls. Seeing Wu Yan in a daze, the girls smiled. They were very excited. After all, they were just discussing whether Wu Yan liked them or not. Wu Yan's reaction was enough to explain everything. Shokuho Misaki came out of the crowd and came in front of Wu Yan. She grabbed his arm and pressed her breasts against Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan couldn't take it anymore. Little Yan, do you like my swimsuit? Shokuho Misaki smiled sweetly at Wu Yan. At the same time, she didn't stop. She continued to rub against Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan knew Shokuho Misaki's personality very well. He could guess why she suddenly used her seduction ability. She must be trying to steal Mikoto's attention again. Wu Yan glanced at Mikoto's pale face. He was even more certain of his guess. He became vigilant. He didn't want to say the wrong thing and cause a fire in his backyard. Not bad, it looks good. Wu Yan chuckled. He didn't mention whether he liked it or not. Mikoto relaxed a bit, but Shokuho Misaki was also displeased by his response. Shokuho Misaki touched her face. She looked like she was about to cry. Did I really become old? Little Yan, you don't like me anymore? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and the corner of his mouth started twitching. He wanted to flip the table. Shokuho Misaki might have become old, but she must have lost her integrity. He rubbed his forehead and he didn't say anything else. Shokuho Misaki got bored and her tearful expression disappeared. She clicked her tongue and she turned her head away in frustration. She saw Mikoto gloating at her misfortune. She's saying, "See? You only know how to show off." Shokuho Misaki's expression froze up. She bit her lip and looked at Wu Yan. Her starry eyes turned around, and after her first plan failed, she came up with another. She grinned. She pulled out a bottle of sunscreen from somewhere and held it in her hand. She looked at Wu Yan with hope in her eyes. Little Yan, help me put on the sunscreen. When the words "use sunscreen" came out of her mouth, Wu Yan's emotionless face rippled and his heart rippled as well. How could Wu Yan not know what it means to put on sunscreen? It means that his chance to take advantage of her has arrived. The other girls were shocked as well. They didn't expect Shokuho Misaki to have such a trick up her sleeves. Wu Yan's eyes were filled with a sinister glint. Wu Yan looked at Shokuho Misaki with surprise. Wu Yan knew that something must have happened between these girls, otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting in the dark like this. Wu Yan told himself that he must not get involved in this. His past experiences have proven that if he gets involved, the one who will suffer in the end will be him. When he heard that Shokuho Misaki wanted him to help her apply sunscreen, he tossed his guard aside. He took the sunscreen from her, and he pretended to sigh. "I really don't know what to do with you." The girls were furious. They cursed Wu Yan for being a pervert. How could he be seduced so easily? Shokuho Misaki gave Mikoto a provocative look. Mikoto gritted her teeth in anger. She stood up and pointed at Wu Yan while shouting loudly, "Me too. Help me put on the sunscreen too." Mikoto ignored Wu Yan, and she looked at Shokuho Misaki. Shokuho Misaki didn't back down, and she glared back at Mikoto. Their gazes collided with each other, and it felt like a storm of blood was about to erupt. As for Wu Yan, looking at the two beauties going at each other like this, he had a timid look on his face, but inside, he's laughing like a flower. He finally realized that a fire in the backyard doesn't necessarily mean it's a fire that's burning the eyebrows. It could also bring about a lot of benefits. In any case, in the end, he would be the one who would gain the most advantage from the fight between the two women. Behind Mikoto, Hinajiku and the other girls looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. They knew that Wu Yan is going to be the final winner. Thus, Hinajiku picked up Flandre-chan. "Hey Flan, big sister will take you swimming, okay?" Flandre-chan's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and cheered. Okay. Flan wants to swim." Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda looked at each other and said at the same time, "We want to go too." The four beauties left just like that. Astria only had food in her eyes. Only Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku were left. After some hesitation, Ikaros stood up and lowered her head shyly. "Ma master, I want to." "Me too." Takitsubu Riku raised her hand meekly to show that she was willing to be taken advantage of. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Ikaros, and Takitsubu Riku. He smiled wickedly. "Since you guys came to me willingly, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 385. Not far away from the beach, Chuju, Flandre-chan, Kinuhata Sayai, and Frenda were happily playing in the water. They seemed to have forgotten about the conflict in the mansion. Astria was still eating and drinking under a parasol. Everything looked so peaceful. Shokuho Misaki, Mikoto, and Takitsubu Riku were lying on 3 mats under a coconut tree. Behind them, a wolf was uncorking a bottle of sunscreen. Its claws were rubbing against each other. It looked like it was ready to pounce. As for Ikaros, she's just standing there in a daze. Her indigo eyes stared at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Since there are only 3 mats, Ikaros was excluded from the list and temporarily escaped from Wu Yan's clutches. However, she doesn't seem to be too happy about it. Shokuho Misaki glanced sideways at Mikoto, and Mikoto did the same thing. Both of their gazes collided with each other, and it seemed like they were still competing. Takitsubu Riku, on the other hand, seemed to be frightened by the atmosphere between the two. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at them. Who's going first?" Applying sunscreen on his hand, Wu Yan glanced at the 2 girls. He pretended he didn't see the interaction between the 2 girls and told them. However, his voice couldn't hide the excitement in it. "Of course I'll go first," Shokuho Misaki immediately said. Mikoto shut her mouth. She turned her head away angrily. "It doesn't matter who goes first. It's not like they said that whoever goes first wins." Shokuho Misaki seemed to have seen through Mikoto's thoughts. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. It was a meaningful smile. Shokuho Misaki straightened her body and reached behind her back. She pulled out her swimsuit. She undid it. Wu Yan's hand trembled, and he almost smeared the sunscreen on the coconut tree. Mikoto's expression changed as well before her expression changed drastically. The redness began to spread to her face. It looked like she was provoked by something. He shouted angrily at Shoko Misaki. You, what are you doing? You filthy woman. Shoko Misaki laughed and mocked Mikoto. Misaka classmate, what you're saying isn't right. Isn't it normal to use sunscreen? Don't tell me that Misaka-san wants to make your skin black and white. But. Mikoto blushed, stuttered. But this is the beach in public. Shoko Misaki shook her head and looked at Mikoto with disdain. There are no other men on the beach, and Xiaoyan is my lover. Xiaoyan has already seen my body. My lover. Mikoto lowered her head. Wu Yan and Shoko Misaki could see steam coming out of Mikoto's head. Shoko Misaki's bold statement was a fatal blow to Mikoto. Shoko Misaki smiled triumphantly. She didn't even notice that a certain wolf behind her was trying its best to turn its neck, trying to see through Shoko Misaki's back. It wanted to see all of her breasts, but it was quickly disappointed. Shoko Misaki made it sound like she's a generous person, but she's not that generous to expose her ample bosom to the sun. She prodded Mikoto for a bit before she laid down on the mat. Her two bunnies pressed down on the mat, and her ample bosom started poking out. Wu Yan's mouth went dry when he saw this. He almost lost control of himself, and decided to use Shoko Misaki to vent his lust. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Shoko Misaki's back, and he decided to let go of his pretense. He applied sunscreen on his hand, and he pressed down on Shoko Misaki's back. The sudden chill made Shoko Misaki scream. Mikoto, Ikaros, and Takitsubu Rika's face turned red when they heard Shoko Misaki's scream. Wu Yan rubbed his hand on Shoko Misaki's back, and spread the sunscreen on her back. Shoko Misaki's beautiful long hair covered her entire back. Wu Yan rubbed her back gently, and a pleasant sensation came from his hand. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Maybe Wu Yan's technique was too good, but Shoko Misaki's face started to turn red. Shoko Misaki felt like Wu Yan's hand was magical. The heat from his hand made Shoko Misaki moan. Shoko Misaki's face turned red when she realized how embarrassing her voice was. She regretted her actions. Shoko Misaki never thought that Wu Yan's hand would make her lose her composure. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have fought with Mikoto even if she was beaten to death. It was better than making such embarrassing sounds in front of Mikoto. Shoko Misaki didn't know that Mikoto didn't have the time to think about this. She was scared silly by Shoko Misaki's shinin. At this time, Mikoto was worried that when it was her turn, she wouldn't be able to do the same. Takitsubu Riku was the same. Shoko Misaki couldn't hold back her sobs anymore. She couldn't let Wu Yan continue like this. If this continues, she'll be embarrassed. Under Wu Yan's touch, her body started to feel a strange sensation. Her skin started to turn red, and she started to panic. At the end of the day, Shoko Misaki only had sex with Wu Yan once. She didn't sleep with Wu Yan after that. After tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, her resistance to this kind of thing dropped quite a bit. Now that Wu Yan is teasing her, it's only natural for her to react. Worried that she might embarrass herself, Shoko Misaki quickly explained herself. Okay, Yen-chan, go help Misaka-san. Shoko Misaki wanted to stop, but a certain someone didn't want to. How is it okay? There are still a lot of places that haven't been cleaned yet. Wu Yan said in a righteous tone. He didn't seem like he was going to stop. Shoko Misaki was stunned. She realized that in the end, this wolf is going to be the one who will win. Before Shoko Misaki could react, an indescribable sense of pleasure surged through her body. Shoko Misaki couldn't hold her breath, so a seductive moan escaped her lips. Shoko Misaki finally panicked. Shoko Misaki's bikini covered lower half of her body. A hand had already reached in and grabbed her buttocks and started to rub them hard. No way. Shoko Misaki stared blankly at the hand on her buttocks. She panicked when she thought about her current state. If Misaka Mikoto saw her like this, she wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. Fortunately, Mikoto was scared by Shoko Misaki's moans. She buried her head like Takitsubu Riku. Shoko Misaki heaved a sigh of relief. The smart Shoko Misaki knew that she couldn't back down now. She could either surrender and beg Wu Yan in front of Mikoto for mercy. However, she would rather die than make this choice. Rather than begging Wu Yan for mercy in front of Misaka Mikoto, he might as well continue to shinin. At least he can use the excuse of being too comfortable to refuse. However, if he begs for mercy, he will be laughed at by Misaka Mikoto for the rest of his life. Shokuho Misaki had no choice but to endure Wu Yan's assault. She tried her best to hold back her moans. Chapter 386. Big Sister. Quick. Go there. Go there. Pointing in a random direction, Flandre-chan chuckled at Frenda, who is sitting on her back. Her voice is filled with joy. This game may seem childish, but Flandre-chan is having a lot of fun playing it. Yes, I got it. Frenda sighed helplessly. She wasn't happy about Flandre-chan calling her big sister, because her name is so similar to Flandre-chan's. Flandre-chan had no choice but to call her big sister. But I told you not to move around, okay? Otherwise, I won't be able to stand properly. Wah. As soon as she finished speaking, Frenda stepped on a round rock. She lost her balance and fell down. Flandre-chan, who was riding on her shoulder, fell into the water as well. Wah. Ah. Frenda was shocked. She quickly carried Flandre-chan out of the water. Flandre-chan had swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater, and her face was filled with bitterness. She stuck out her tongue and her face fell. Pooey, it's disgusting. Are you super okay? Kinuhata-sai looked at Flandre-chan and asked. She put a swimming ring on Flandre-chan, so that she can float on the water. Flandre-chan looked at Kinuhata-sai with a bitter face and shook her head. She stuck out her tongue again. Why is the water in the sea so disgusting? Kinuhata-sai and Frenda looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. How are they supposed to explain such a profound question to a child? Even if they roughly explained it, Flandre-chan would only be confused. She might even ask more questions. They've seen a lot of this in Academy City. Chuju swam over from afar and kicked the water with her little legs. She looks like she's having a lot of fun. But if you look closely, you'll notice that Chuju's yellow-green eyes are constantly looking at the beach. Seriously, why are they taking so long? At this moment, under a coconut tree in the distance, the ripples were still going on. Isn't it time to change the person? Shokuho Misaki's face was flushed red. Finally, she could not help but turn around to look at Wu Yan. Shokuho Misaki felt that her eyes were filled with water vapor, and they were rippling like the surface of a lake. If Wu Yan continues like this, I will really lose my composure. Wu Yan giggled as he toyed with Ju-sama's buttocks. He pulled his hand out of Shokuho Misaki's bikini pants. Shokuho Misaki released a sigh of relief. However, Shokuho Misaki's heart skipped a beat the next second. Her heart skipped a beat. Wait. Shokuho Misaki felt Wu Yan's hand slowly move from her buttocks to her soft back, then from her soft back to the sides. Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but open her mouth. Unfortunately, Shokuho Misaki couldn't speak anymore. His hand gently pressed and pinched Shokuho Misaki's soft buttocks. Wu Yan could clearly feel Shokuho Misaki's body trembling along with his movements. Her skin started to turn red. Wu Yan laughed in his heart. As expected, her chest is Ju-sama's weakness. Shokuho Misaki bit her lips to stop herself from letting out the moans that were already at her throat. Shokuho Misaki wanted to cry, but no tears came out. For the first time in her life, Shokuho Misaki hated her breasts. No matter the shape, size, or smoothness, Shokuho Misaki was always proud of her breasts. But why was it her sensitive spot? Her body trembled along with Wu Yan's touch. Shokuho Misaki's heart trembled along with it. Her body was getting weaker and weaker. Shokuho Misaki wanted to beg for mercy, but when she remembered that Misaka Mikoto was beside her, she couldn't bring herself to do so. In the end, she could only look at Wu Yan with pleading eyes. Wu Yan continued to pinch Shokuho Misaki's soft buttocks. Shokuho Misaki moaned a few times before he finally pulled his hand back. At the same time, Shokuho Misaki lost all her strength and collapsed onto the mat. She gasped for air and couldn't lift her body. She still needs more training. Shokuho Misaki wanted to punch him in the face. Wu Yan turned around and smiled at Mikoto. Mikoto, it's your turn, ha. Mikoto raised her head and saw Shokuho Misaki's blushing face. Recalling Shokuho Misaki's shinin, Mikoto's face turned even redder. I think I should ask Chuju to help me, Mikoto giggled. She couldn't help but avert her gaze. When she thought about how she will end up like Shokuho Misaki, her heart started pounding. She hurriedly said that, and she stood up. Suddenly, Shokuho Misaki, who was still gasping for air, got up from the mat. She didn't care that her boobs were exposed to Wu Yen as she pounced on Mikoto. She hugged Mikoto's waist and pressed Mikoto back down on the mat. What are you doing? Mikoto was shocked when she saw Shokuho Misaki hugging her waist and refusing to let her get up. Mikoto yelled. Shokuho Misaki's face was still flushed red and she was still panting, but she forced a smile on her face. She gritted her teeth and said to Mikoto, Since this queen is already in this state, don't you dare think you can stay out of this. You damn woman. Mikoto finally understood that Shokuho Misaki was trying to drag her down with her. She screamed and pushed Shokuho Misaki away with all her might. Yen. Quick. Help her put on the sunscreen. Shokuho Misaki shouted at the dumbfounded Wu Yen. At the same time, she unleashed her full potential. As a sports idiot, Shokuho Misaki managed to restrict Mikoto's movements. What the hell is going on? Wu Yan's jaw dropped as he watched the two girls wrestle with each other. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shokuho Misaki is really desperate. She actually helped her husband hold down another woman. Fine, Wu Yan has to admit that this is an unimaginable situation. It's a good thing anyway. Wu Yan snickered and rubbed the sunscreen on his hands. He quickly reached out with both hands and pressed them on Mikoto's cute bra. Mikoto stiffened up, and her hands that were pushing Shokuho Misaki went limp. Mikoto's face turned red as she yelled at Wu Yan in a coquettish manner. Yen, you idiot. Ugh. Before Mikoto could finish her words, a pair of large hands covered in sunscreen slid under her bra and into her chest. Grabbing her two little white bunnies, he began to gently knead them. Mikoto's brown eyes glazed over. She lost all her strength and collapsed on the mat, allowing Wu Yan to do whatever he wants to her. Shokuho Misaki's eyes flashed with pride and she followed suit. That's because one of Wu Yan's hands came out of Mikoto's bra and grabbed one of her breasts. Grabbing a pair of big and small boobs, he pinched them while squinting his eyes. He turned to look at Takitsubu Riki, who was petrified, and sighed in his heart. Hands? Why don't you have two more? Wu Yan chuckled as he removed his hands from Mikoto's breasts and placed them on the trembling Takitsubu Riku. He gently undid the straps on her swimsuit. Chapter 387. Time passed by slowly. The noon sun is slowly setting in the west. Chuju, Flandre-chan, Kinuhata Sayai, and Frenda are starting to feel tired. They originally wanted to wait for Wu Yan and the others to come down and play together, but they gave up on the idea and headed back to the beach. When the four girls returned to the shelter, a long barbecue grill was set up there. There were all kinds of meat slices and skewers placed on top of the grill. Wu Yan was standing behind the grill, spinning the grill in his hand as he tossed the raw meat from the table beside him into the grill. The barbecued meat on the grill started to glow. Wu Yan skillfully sprinkled some seasonings on the barbecued meat before brushing it with a layer of oil. Instantly, the barbecued meat turned into a golden orange color. The aroma of the barbecued meat made one salivate. One look and you can tell that the barbecued meat isn't just beautiful on the surface. Astria stared at the barbecued meat with her crimson eyes. The aroma of the barbecued meat wafted into her nose. Astria couldn't help but twitch her nose. Her face was filled with desire. That was to be expected. With Astria's digestive system, as long as the food wasn't too disgusting, she could eat it all. Even raw food that wasn't processed wasn't too bad. Wu Yan's culinary skills are top-notch. On the ability tab, even though he doesn't have cooking expert anymore, it's only because he merged it with infinite martial arts. Wu Yan still has cooking expert. Back then, Kaisha-sama was slowly conquered by Wu Yan's stomach before he started attacking her heart. Even Kaisha-sama couldn't resist the temptation of Wu Yan's delicious food, let alone Astria, who has a huge appetite. Master! Astria looked at Wu Yan with teary eyes. She looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Her eyes were filled with pity. It's obvious that this gluttonous angel who just stuffed 10 cakes into her mouth was once again lured out by Wu Yan. Got it, I'll be done soon. Wu Yan chuckled at Astria. He couldn't help but sneak a peek at Astria's flat stomach. He complained in his mind. Which part of Astria's body did she stuff all those things into? Is this the reason why Astria's combat prowess is so strong? She's a god of war. Is it because she has the ability to transform food into combat power? Flandrachan saw this scene and yelled out. He immediately yelled and ran over. Hinajiku, Kinuhatasai, and Frenda wrinkled their noses in dissatisfaction. You're back. Wu Yan flashed a bright smile as he greeted the 4 girls. He acted like nothing happened. It's very infuriating. We've been waiting for you in the water for half a day. I didn't expect you to be enjoying a barbecue here. Chuju walked in front of the grill and snorted at Wu Yan. She sounded annoyed. Mama. Wu Yan waved his hand and continued what he was doing. He looked up at Hinajiku. I was worried that you might get hungry, so I prepared some food for you. Kinuhadasai raised an eyebrow. She looked at Wu Yan and mocked him. Are you really that considerate? Frenda tilted her head and glanced at Wu Yan. She asked suspiciously. So, did you do something bad that you don't want us to know? Is that why you're having a barbecue here to cover it up? His body trembled for a bit before he regained his composure. Wu Yan shook his head as he laughed at the 3 girls. Inside he's scared witless. Kinuhadasai and Frenda, they've only been with him for less than 2 months yet they know him so well. Don't tell me they know the rumored mind-reading ability? Chuju narrowed her eyes and looked around. She suddenly remembered the sunscreen incident. She turned to Wu Yan and asked in a serious tone. Where are Mikoto and the others? His body trembled, and he almost dropped the barbecued meat in his hand onto Kaisha-sama's flat breasts. Wu Yan laughed dryly, and he gestured towards the coconut tree beside him with his lips. Aren't they sunbathing over there? Chuju, Kinuhadasai, and Frenda looked in the direction Wu Yan pointed at. They saw Mikoto, Shokoha Misaki, and Takitsubu Riku lying on a mat under the coconut tree. They looked like they had fallen asleep. Ikaros was fanning them. It did look like they were sunbathing. The 3 girls were relieved. Of course, if the 3 girls were to get close to Mikoto, Shokoha Misaki, and Takitsubu Riku, they would notice that their skin is flushed red and their swimsuits are a little messy. Most importantly, their bodies are trembling and their chests are heaving up and down violently. Retracting their gaze, they looked at the barbecued meat on the grill. Kinuhadasai and Frenda swallowed their saliva as they looked at the golden barbecued meat on the grill. Looks like it's super delicious. I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Looking at Kinuhadasai and Frenda's drooling faces, Wu Yan smiled proudly. Chuju stroked her pink hair and said with a sigh. Yan Yan, you're really good at cooking. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I've eaten your cooking. She recalled the first time she met Wu Yan. She brought him to the student council for revision. She brought him to the exams and she took in the homeless Wu Yan as her housekeeper. They went to school together, left class together, and went home together. When it was time for their meals, she and her mother would sit at the dining table and wait for Wu Yan's cooking. She would eat as much as she could. The memories kept replaying in her mind, and a warm smile slowly blossomed on her face. Looking at Wu Yan, her gaze gradually softened. After all, those days may have been ordinary, but for Hinajiku, it was a very happy and unforgettable experience. After becoming Wu Yan's summon, Chuju's days were very fulfilling and happy. Even more so after having Mikoto and the others as her friends. Even though there were dangerous battles, it's undeniable that compared to her previous life, Chuju was happier when she was with Wu Yan. The only blemish was that this scoundrel had too many girls around him. Thinking up to here, Hinajika's gentle gaze started to show signs of dissatisfaction. Coincidentally, Wu Yan raised his head at this moment. He didn't see Kaisha-sama's gentle gaze, but this dissatisfaction is well hidden. His body trembled again as his heart started beating faster. Did she find out about his sunscreen incident? Master, are you done yet? Astria's wings started flapping as hard as they could. Her pure white wings unfurled, and the feathers started falling towards the barbecue on the grill. Chuju, Kinuhatasai, and Frenda were shocked. Their 3 pairs of arms and 6 palms quickly waved above the grill to catch the feathers that fell from Astria's wings. Oi oi oi, don't throw the feathers around. No matter how fragrant the meat is, once it's stained with feathers, I won't dare to eat it anymore. Kinuhata-sai grabbed a handful of feathers and muttered in dissatisfaction. Frenda nodded her head furiously as she looked at the barbecued meat on the grill with lingering fear. It seems like they were really attracted by the aroma. I can't wait anymore. Astria pouted and said with teary eyes. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel helpless. He looked at Chuju and said, Chuju, go get some desserts for Astria to fill her stomach. Hinajika nodded and Astria cheered before jumping into Wu Yan's arms. Yay! Master is the best. Disciple, let go. Meat, meat. The sun slowly sank below the horizon amidst the laughter of the crowd. Chapter 388. Happy times always pass by quickly. Amidst the laughter of the group of 10, the curtain of night was about to fall in the blink of an eye. When the sun set from above the sea level to the other side, the sky suddenly darkened and then brightened up again. Different from the daytime, the white cloud ribbons in the sky were now emitting faint red stars and light, illuminating the entire sky with the color of dusk and then the silver of the stars. Under the beautiful starlight, the stones that didn't seem to have any color during the day were now shining brightly like bright red diamonds. It was so beautiful that the group of 10 people standing by the beach were all stunned by it. That's right. That's right. It's so beautiful. Flandre-chan's wine-red eyes were filled with splendor as she stared at the horizon and the ocean. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly together. The lively Flandre-chan seemed to have lost her ability to speak and move at this moment. She could only mutter a sentence to express her current feelings. Hinajiku Mikoto, Ikaros Shokuho Misaki, Astria, Kinuhata-sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were also looking at the beautiful scenery. Everyone's heart calmed down. The beautiful scenery created a picturesque scene with the sea and sky. After a while, Chuju smiled. She said softly, "This time, I was right to come." The girls nodded and they smiled. Wu Yan's heart blossomed when he saw the smiles on the girls' faces. He put on the most comfortable smile and the 9 girls looked at him in a daze. Nana Oniai-chan. Flandre-chan tugged on Wu Yan's hand. She stared at Wu Yan's face with her ruby-like eyes. She looked at him with a hopeful expression. Next time, bring Flandre-chan and the other sisters to the beach, okay? Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls turned to look at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with hope. Just like Flandre-chan. They were all hopeful. It seems like they are also hopeful. They can go on a beach trip like this again. Wu Yan smiled. He squatted down and picked up Flandre-chan. He looked at the girls and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "So, did you girls have fun today?" Hinajika laughed, Mikoto laughed, the girls all laughed. They all looked at each other before turning to Wu Yan and said in unison, "Of course." Wu Yan laughed out loud and he hugged Flandre-chan even tighter. "All right then, let's do it again next time." Yay, the girls cheered. As night fell, the 10 of them returned to the villa. They laid out the barbecued meat that Wu Yan just finished roasting in the living room along with the desserts, snacks, and drinks that they prepared beforehand. The 10 of them formed a circle as they laughed and joked around while destroying the food in front of them. Each of them had a wide grin on their faces. Of course, they weren't always harmonious. For example, Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki were eternal rivals. They would quarrel every now and then, and they would turn their fire on Wu Yan. Wu Yan was under a lot of pressure. Flandre-chan, on the other hand, got together with Astria. Flandre-chan looked like a child less than 10 years old while Flandre-chan looked like a young lady in her prime. However, both of them had the same naivety and intelligence. Therefore, it was a perfect fit for both of them to be together. Of course, that's if Astria doesn't teach Flandre-chan how to eat. Kinuhata-sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku have been in the same organization ever since they were in Academy City. That's why their relationship is so good. No matter where they go, they get along very well. After that, they got together with Shokuho Misaki in Silveria World Institute. That's why they're not as unfamiliar with each other as they were in the beginning. On the other hand, Hinajiku and Ikaros are actually able to chat and laugh together. This really surprised him. But it's not that strange. Hinajiku may be a tsundere, but she still has an unconcealable gentleness in her bones. Ikaros is the same. She's as gentle as water towards the people she cares about. In a way, they are similar in some ways. In fact, strictly speaking, the 9 girls present more or less had some similarities. Even though their personalities were quite different, they were all the same. They wouldn't hesitate to do stupid things for the people they cared about. Perhaps this was the reason why the girls were willing to come together despite the constant friction on the surface. Before the party ended, Shokuho Misaki frowned. She tugged at her swimsuit and turned to Wu Yen. Yen, where's the bathroom? My body feels sticky after soaking in the seawater. It's a little uncomfortable. Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, the girls quieted down and started to frown. Indeed, after hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, they started to feel a little uncomfortable. Wu Yen paused for a second before nodding his head. He mused for a bit before smiling. I remember that when I rented this villa, I saw in the introduction that there was a hot spring in one of the rooms on the ground floor. The eyes of the girls brightened up and their spirits jolted. Their faces showed traces of excitement which made Wu Yen chuckle. He knew it, girls have zero resistance to hot springs and whatnot. The room on the ground floor? I got it. Mikoto stood up impatiently and pulled Hinajiku over. Chuju, let's go soak in the hot spring together. Hinajiku nodded immediately. She was also looking forward to the hot spring. All the girls were the same. After soaking in the sea water, they could soak in the hot spring. It must be said that this was a very tempting experience. So one by one, they stood up from the floor and ran towards the hot spring in groups. We haven't finished eating yet. Wu Yen was stunned when he saw all the girls running out. He quickly called out to the girls, but what he got in return was a voice that came from afar. Let's eat later. In the end, only Wu Yen was left. He sat in front of a pile of food and watched the girls running away. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sighing, Wu Yen picked up a feather from Astria's wing and mumbled. Aren't you a foodie? Why are you attracted to the hot spring as well? Wu Yen saw another feather on the ground. It was pink in color. Wu Yen sighed again. All right. Even Ikaros abandoned her master for the sake of the hot spring. Wu Yen didn't know that even if all the hot springs in the world were placed in front of Ikaros, it still wouldn't be as important as her master. The reason why Ikaros isn't here is because Hinajiku conveniently dragged her away. Finishing his drink in one gulp, Wu Yan's mind started drifting away. After all, it was so lively just a moment ago and now he's the only one left. More or less, he's not used to it. Wu Yan looked at the direction where the girls disappeared. He rolled his eyes and whispered, how about I go soak in the hot spring too? They're all my wives anyway. Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm afraid Mikoto will electrocute me the moment I enter, and everyone in the hot spring will be injured by the electric current. Wu Yan looked at the food on the ground. He rolled his eyes and smiled evilly. I can't get my hands on the hot spring, but I can get my hands on the food as well. Chapter 389. Inside a room on the ground floor of the mansion. When the girls pushed open the wooden door, they were greeted by a wooden changing room. There were 2 similar wooden wardrobe racks on both sides of the room. There was another wooden door on the other side of the door. Warm air seeped out from the gap between the wooden door and steam filled the room. The girls' intuition told them that there must be a hot spring behind the wooden door. Flandre-chan's face was filled with joy. Her nose sniffed the air. It smells so good inside. Astria mimicked Flandre-chan and sniffed the air. A fragrance entered Astria's nose and her face lit up. Ugh. It smells so good. Is there anything good inside? It's not good, dummy. Kinuhata Sai shook her head with a smile. Astria wasn't happy with the word dummy. You're the dummy. 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 Kinuhata Sai's mouth twitched. She couldn't keep her cool. I feel like I'm such a failure. I got called a dummy by a dummy. Shokuho Misaki walked into the changing room and picked up a bottle from the corner. This is probably the reason. This isn't a proper hot spring hotel. The hot spring must have a strong distilled smell. If we don't remove the distilled smell, the hot spring won't work. Whatever, it doesn't matter where the smell comes from. Mikoto walked into the changing room impatiently. Anyway, let's soak in the hot spring first. The girls couldn't help but nod and walk into the changing room. Daisy, who was at the back, pulled the wooden door and hesitated for a moment before locking it. It seemed like she was guarding against a certain wolf's sudden attack. The girls began to slowly take off their clothes. To be more precise, it should be swimsuits. Therefore, the swimsuits were taken off quickly. White and tender bodies suddenly appeared in the air of this space. Some were naked, some were young. And some were young. The body odor of the girls merged with the process fragrance in the air. It was as if a pink atmosphere bloomed in the air. In front of the hot spring, the low-breasted women no longer looked at the big-breasted women. They pulled open the wooden door, and a hot spring covered in steam appeared in front of them, causing them to laugh in unison. Yo! Flandre-chan and Astria jumped into the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. The hot spring has different depths. The hot spring reaches up to Astria's chest. It didn't completely cover Astria's breasts, but it wasn't enough to make Astria shiver. The shallower part is only up to Flandre-chan's shoulders. It's just enough for her short stature to move around. Ugh, it's so comfortable. Flandre-chan and Astria closed their eyes and exhaled in comfort. The other 7 girls who haven't entered the pool, yet were itching to get in as well. They all started running towards the hot spring. Wow. It's so warm. Kinuhata Sai slapped the surface of the water. She didn't care about her breasts. Her body floated on the surface of the water. She didn't mind if it was unsightly. In the end, I should have brought some drinks in. Drinking drinks while soaking in the hot spring. Oh, I'm almost drunk. She held her cheeks with both hands. There was indeed a slight blush on her cheeks, proving that she was indeed intoxicated. Shokuho Misaki chuckled as she splashed some water on herself. The water droplets slid down her delicate skin. It's a sight that would make anyone want to take a bite out of. Shokuho Misaki scanned the hot spring with her starry eyes. She stared straight at Astria's body. She tapped her lips and said in a tone as if she was measuring something. Aslia-chan, did your boobs get bigger again? Is that so? Astria flinched. She looked at her breasts that floated on the surface of the water. She blushed and shook her hands. No. Is that so? Shokuho Misaki looked at Astria suspiciously, her lips curled into a sly grin. She slowly moved to Astria's side and grabbed Astria's breasts with both hands. She started rubbing her breasts. Let me touch you. Ah. Don't. Astria screamed. Her body trembled from Shokuho Misaki's touch. Her expression changed and a seductive moan came out of her mouth. It looks like it really did get bigger. Shokuho Misaki muttered as she massaged Astria's breasts into all sorts of shapes. Seriously, they were already bigger than me, and now they got even bigger. I can't accept this, stop it. Astria collapsed onto Shokuho Misaki's body. She pressed her back against Shokuho Misaki's ass. She started panting when she heard Shokuho Misaki's words. Ikaro-senpai's are bigger than Astria's. Is that so? Shokuho Misaki turned to look at Ikaros. She saw Ikaros sitting quietly in a corner. Ikaros was stroking her wings. She seemed to be tidying them up. Her pair of wings bounced back and forth on the surface of the water, creating small ripples. Takitsubu Riku and Ikaros were sitting together with their eyes closed. The 2 women didn't like to talk, so they didn't participate in the conversation. They didn't seem to have heard Shokuho Misaki's words either. Shokuho Misaki shook the water off her blonde hair. She asked in confusion. It looks similar to Astria-chan's. Astria raised her hand meekly. But Master said Ikaro-senpai's breasts are his favorite. Shokuho Misaki raised an eyebrow. She gave Ikaros a deep look. Ikaros blushed a little, not sure if it's because the hot spring is too comfortable, or because she heard Astria's words. Favorite? Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes. She looked at Ikaros' breasts for a second. Then at her own breasts, she lowered her head. Shokuho Misaki humphed and said unwillingly. I won't lose either. That bastard doesn't care what size they are. As long as it's a girl, he'll like them. Admittedly, even if mind control doesn't work on Wu Yan, Jisama has a pretty good grasp of Wu Yan's intentions. In the other corner, Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at each other. They've been watching Shokuho Misaki's actions from start to finish. They turned their heads and looked at each other. Then they faced the wall and started drawing circles with their hands. Gosh. Chuju-ne-san, Mikoto-ne-san, what's wrong? Flandre-chan flapped her crystal pendant wings and came in front of Chuju and Mikoto. She looked at their back and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Hinajuku and Mikoto turned around and looked at Flandre-chan. Their eyes couldn't help but move to Flandre-chan's chest, and their expressions became much better. Have we fallen to the point of comparing ourselves to a child? Chuju and Mikoto cried for a while before forcing a smile. And nothing. Oh. Flandre-chan didn't suspect anything and started playing with the water again. Chuju and Mikoto were envious of Flandre-chan's happy face. It's great to be a child. You don't have to worry about anything. Not far away, Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda sighed when they saw the change in Chuju and Mikoto's expression. So flat breasts are also a rare resource. Why don't they understand? Frenda said slowly as if she understood the truth of the world. It's not clear if she really understood the truth, or if she was just comforting herself. Kinuhata Sayai pouted and continued to wander around. Chapter 390. Phew, this is so comfortable. A group of girls slowly walked out of the hot spring room, each holding a towel and wiping their bodies. The clothes they were wearing were no longer bathing suits with very little fabric, but bathrobes that they found inside. It had to be said that the owner of this villa had prepared everything. Ahaha, my body is so warm and fragrant. Flandre-chan skipped in front of the girls and ran towards the living room. Let Oniai-chan smell you. You're super going to let that guy smell you? Kinuhata Sayai pouted. Isn't this super convenient? The girls laughed. Frenda said. Well, it's good to be a kid. You don't have to think about anything. Chuju and Mikoto nodded in unison. Frenda's words are exactly what they're thinking. Of course, the meaning is different. Under Flandre-chan's lead, the girls started to walk faster towards the main hall. After all, they've been soaking in the hot spring for more than an hour. However, when the group of young ladies returned to the hall, the scene that appeared before them caused them to be stunned and astonished. Wu Yan is sitting in front of the pile of food with a glass in his hand. It's exactly the same as when they left. The only difference is that there's a lot of beer in the middle of the pile of food. The glass in Wu Yan's hand isn't filled with soft drinks, it's filled with yellow beer. You girls sure took a long time to take a bath. Wu Yan rolled his eyes, and he gulped down the beer in one gulp. He also exhaled a huge mouthful of air. The girls looked at him in shock. Chuju asked in surprise. Yan, you're drinking? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Wu Yan looked at Hinajuku with a puzzled expression. At the same time, he filled his cup to the brim with beer. His actions looked so natural that the girls exchanged glances with each other. Mikoto walked up to Wu Yan and sat down. She grabbed a bottle of beer and frowned. Why do you suddenly want to drink? The other girls also looked at Wu Yan with the same doubt in their eyes. That's to be expected. Even Hinajuku, the oldest of them all, has never seen Wu Yan drink, so it's normal for her to have this kind of doubt. Wu Yan didn't think much of it. He sipped his wine and continued. I don't have any particular reason. I just suddenly felt like drinking. Wu Yan looked at the girls and said, You don't have to be so surprised. I'm in my 20s. There's nothing strange about drinking. But I've never seen you drink before. Chuju said. She stared at Wu Yan's carefree drinking. Her yellow-green eyes were filled with worry. Yan, you haven't been drinking since we left, have you? Wu Yan laughed. I'm not that tough. I might be an adult, but I don't drink often. I can't hold my liquor that much. The girls released a sigh of relief, but Wu Yan's next sentence made them choke on their breaths. Well, you girls soaked for more than an hour. I only drank for an hour. An hour? Chuju and Mikoto raised their voices in disbelief. Hey. You really drank for an hour? Kinuhata Sayai's jaw dropped. Beer's alcohol content isn't that high, and there are plenty of people who can drink for an hour without stopping. But at the end of the day, out of the 9 girls here, at least 5 are underage. That's excluding Flandre-chan, Ikaros, and Astria. There's also Shokuho Misaki. Her age will always be a mystery. At least no one would believe she's a middle school student, since they have never had a drink before. Of course they wouldn't know the extent of drinking beer for an hour straight. It's just that Wu Yan has never had a drink before. Now that he's drinking for so long, it's quite a surprise to them. You girls are exaggerating. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh at the girls' shocked expressions. It's just beer. It's not something with high alcohol content. Even if I drink for an hour, I won't get drunk. It's not like I can say that. Drinking is bad for the body. It's not good to drink too much. Chuju said hesitantly. Wu Yan chuckled at Chuju's words. Well, it's fine to do it once in a while, right? The girls went silent for a while before they reluctantly accepted it. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and raised the glass in his hand, finally revealing a hint of his wolf's ambition. Do you girls want some as well? The girls flinched. Shokuho Misaki suddenly smiled and stared at Wu Yan. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through a person's heart. Shokuho Misaki giggled at Wu Yan. I say, Yan, are you planning to get us drunk? That's why you brought out so much beer, right? The other girls flinched again. When they regained their senses, they glared at Wu Yan. It's clear that they believed Shokuho Misaki's words 100%. Because with the Wu Yan they know, he's definitely capable of doing such a thing. Ignoring those piercing gazes, Wu Yan admitted to it in a straightforward and honest manner. That's right. I want to get you all drunk. The girls were stunned. Even if Shokuho Misaki said what Wu Yan was thinking, they didn't expect Wu Yan to admit it so easily. Wu Yan smiled. He knew from the start that he couldn't hide it from these smart girls, so he didn't plan to hide it. Wu Yan picked up a bottle of beer and said to the girls with a smirk. His tone was disdainful, as if he didn't care about anything. Do you all dare to drink? The girls were angered. Wu Yan's disdainful tone successfully made the girls who had made up their minds not to let Wu Yan have his way. Now they were angered by Wu Yan. It's just super beer. I, Kinuhata Sai, am a member of the super dark department. I'm not afraid of death. Why would I be afraid of a bottle of beer? Kinuhata Sai immediately stood up, narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yan. She grabbed a bottle of beer and poured it. Mikoto and Chuju were the same as Kinuhata Sai. These two girls are the ones who can't stand being provoked the most. Therefore, with Wu Yan's provocation, these two prideful girls stepped onto the path of no return. Let's drink then, who's afraid of who? After saying that, the two girls picked up a bottle of beer and poured a little. They hesitated for a moment before squinting their eyes and gulping it down. Then their eyes lit up and they started laughing. What the hell, this beer isn't as bad as I thought. In the end, it's just beer. How bad can it be? Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes and thought. Since Wu Yan is alone and she has so many people on her side, even if she gets drunk, as long as she can get Wu Yan drunk as well, they won't lose anything. With that in mind, Shokuho Misaki also picked up a bottle of beer. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. She's curious about the taste of beer. In the end, Shokuho Misaki has never drunk beer before. At this time, Ikaros, Astria, and Takitsubu Riku already started pouring beer. They weren't provoked by Wu Yan. They just drank because Wu Yan asked them to. In the end, they all drank it. Frenda's mouth twitched. She hugged Flandre-chan, who also wanted to try the beer, and sighed. She reached for the bottle of beer. Chapter 391. Ahem, it's not that bad but it's not that good either. Beer. It smells bad but it's a little choking. It tastes like bitter tea. Bitter tea? Bitter tea is way more bitter than this. I'd rather drink alcohol than drink bitter tea. Ugh, Flan doesn't feel good. Ah, but kids can't drink it. My head feels a little dizzy. Ugh, I think so too. Wah. Astria passed out. Astria, wake up. Sis, Flan feels dizzy. I told you kids can't drink it. As time passed, the faces of the girls who picked up the beer bottles began to turn red. Although the alcohol content of the beer wasn't much, the girls here had never drunk alcohol before. Therefore, just ordinary beer was enough to make them dizzy. The more the girls drank, the more blank their minds became. They couldn't think of anything else. At first they only took small sips. Later on, whenever Wu Yan raised his glass, they would reflexively gulp down the beer. They didn't notice that when they drank a glass, the empty glass in their hands would be filled up with beer, without them noticing. Astria, who didn't know when to stop, and Flandre-chan, who didn't know what was going on, had already collapsed on the floor. The other 9 girls were blushing and their vision was blurry. They didn't even care about Astria and Flandre-chan, who passed out on the floor. They kept pouring beer into their mouths and started talking nonsense. This is a sign of drunkenness. Wu Yan, who has been drinking with the girls, is also feeling a little dizzy. However, Wu Yan didn't bother to deal with this feeling. He even allowed himself to stay in this state. Since he decided to have a good time, Wu Yan decided to indulge himself for once. The feeling of being drunk is a little uncomfortable, but for Wu Yan, this is a way to relax because he doesn't need to think about anything else. Perhaps the group of girls also had the same thought. Therefore, they subconsciously didn't use their own abilities to keep themselves awake. Of course, they would definitely regret it after this. The moon began to slowly climb into the sky, proving the extent of the night's progress. Empty beer bottles littered the ground. Hinajuku Mikoto Ikaros Flandre-chan, Shokoho Misaki, Astria Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were all in the same state as the beer bottles. The girls were speechless at the sight of this. Wu Yan looked at the girls lying in front of him. Their faces were flushed red and their mouths were pouting. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed a little before he smiled proudly. You want to compete with me in drinking? I might have lost to you 9 in the past, but now, I am a true ancestor. Even if I don't suppress the alcohol in my body, I won't lose to you girls. Wu Yan muttered while shaking his head. His gaze landed on Flandre-chan, and he bitterly smiled. I didn't think even Flandre-chan would get drunk. This is a huge sin. Wu Yan wobbled as he stood up. He may have knocked out the girls, but he drank quite a bit as well. He didn't try to suppress his drunkenness, he's a bit drunk as well. He's trying his best to maintain some semblance of sanity. He knows that he can't let Flandre-chan sleep on the ground. Wu Yan got up and picked Flandre-chan up. He staggered into a room and covered her with a blanket. Looking at Flandre-chan's blushing face, he smiled. She still had a smile on her face. It was as if she was dreaming of something good. Good night, little cutie. Wu Yan kissed Flandre-chan on the forehead before he walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Well then. Wu Yan's red eyes landed on the girls on the floor. He put his hands on his hips and laughed. This is such a good opportunity. If I don't throw you girls into a bed, I'll be letting myself down. With a chuckle, Wu Yan finally started the busiest night of his life. He carried 8 girls into another room and tossed them into a bed. He then walked out of the room and picked up another girl. Again and again, he tossed all 8 girls into the room. This room is the biggest room Wu Yan has seen since he came to this villa. Moreover, the bed is also the biggest in this villa. It can fit the bodies of 8 girls. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Could it be that the owner of this villa also had the idea of sleeping together under the same blanket? Looking at the beauties in front of him, Wu Yan didn't have the time to think. He snickered and pounced on one of the girls. Coincidentally, it's Astria whom Wu Yan hasn't gotten his hands on yet. Wu Yan flinched when he realized that his casual pounce landed on Astria first. Then he felt the softness of the body beneath him, and the feeling of those large breasts pressing against his body. He took a deep breath and then, with a violent tug, he tore Astria's clothes apart. Due to the effects of alcohol, Wu Yan didn't hold back. He tore off her clothes again. In the blink of an eye, he was naked with Astria. Lowering his head, Wu Yan kissed Astria on the lips. At the same time, his hands slid across her smooth skin and he rubbed Astria's large breasts. Ew. Astria whimpered as she felt something entering her mouth. She subconsciously responded to Lin Sanjia's words. The two kissed each other with their tongues intertwined. Both of them tried their best to squeeze and lick each other's bodies. Astria started following her body's instincts even though she was in a daze. Burying his face into Astria's chest, Wu Yan felt so blissful that he almost wanted to sing. The result of this action is a suffocating feeling as if all the air in his body has been sucked out of him. But compared to the fatally slippery feeling, the suffocating feeling is nothing. Finally, Wu Yan sucked in the crimson red he coveted. Astria moaned and straightened her body. Under Wu Yan's relentless assault, Astria moaned repeatedly. Her crimson eyes slowly opened. There was a misty look in them. Under the influence of alcohol and her body, Astria's brain that wasn't good at thinking to begin with lost its ability to think. She looked at Wu Yan, who buried his head in her chest, and she moaned in a daze while moaning softly. Master! The delicate master ignited the fire in Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan pulled Astria under him and straightened his back. Astria's cries of pain echoed throughout the room. Aside from Flandre-chan, this gluttonous angel who didn't fall for Wu Yan finally became a true sister to Chuju and the others. You, master. Astria hugged Wu Yan tightly as she kept moaning. Her crimson eyes turned misty as she followed Wu Yan's movements. Her body moved up and down as she moaned incessantly. Chapter 392. The silver moon quietly rotated, the frost quietly fell, the stars quietly emerged, and the curtain of night quietly flowed. Some drifting black clouds seemed to have reached some kind of consensus with the moon, and the stars to mind their own business. You occupy your territory, and I occupy mine. There was no sign of the two sides converging at all. The waves surged onto the beach. As they rose and fell, the beach at the front was unusually wet. Compared to the dry sand at the back, there was an unusually clear difference in color. Some small animals were hiding in some corner, silently making their presence known and making their own noises, filling the night sky with lively chirping sounds. Inside a certain room in the mansion, the atmosphere was unbearably calm. Pain is unavoidable for a first-time experience. However, when the pain subsides, Astria's body and mind are filled with satisfaction. She couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Astria was like a small boat in the middle of a storm. Her body shook violently as she groaned in pain. A strange smell lingered in the room. The center of the storm became even more violent. Astria closed her eyes as she endured Wu Yan's thrusts. Waves after waves of unfamiliar sensations assaulted her. Astria hugged Wu Yan's neck tightly as she opened her mouth and moaned seductively. Astria couldn't hold back her desire. She didn't have any intention of suppressing it. She didn't care about the 7 sleeping girls beside her. She moaned as loudly as she could. Maybe it's because she hasn't regained her consciousness yet, or maybe it's because this idiot doesn't know what it means to be reserved. Wu Yan's evil fire burned brighter as he listened to Astria's sweet moans. His thrusts became even more violent as he pounced on Astria. The two of them slowly climbed to the top of the world. When the climax arrived, Astria let out a long moan. Her long moan echoed throughout the space. The space rippled with a faint pink hue. After lying on top of Astria for a few minutes, Wu Yan got up. Astria's crimson eyes glanced at Wu Yan subconsciously. Exhaustion flooded Astria's mind. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. This time, Wu Yan was lying on top of the body closest to Astria. It was Ikaros. Wu Yan reached out and caressed Ikaros's skin that has been caressed countless times. He kissed Ikaros on the lips. His tongue slid into her mouth and captured that little tongue that is slowly moving around. Slowly, they started entangling. He gently tugged on the belt of Ikaros' bathrobe. Ikaros' bathrobe slid down to reveal her body. He lovingly caressed Ikaros' body until she moaned and her skin turned pink. Wu Yan hugged Ikaros and pressed her body against his. His chest pressed against Ikaros' body. He skillfully penetrated her. The forceful entry caused Ikaros to moan. Ikaros slowly opened her eyes and her indigo-colored pupils landed on Wu Yan's face, who is right in front of her. It's unknown if she woke up or not. Ikaros was panting. Her eyes were blurred. She closed her eyes and welcomed Wu Yan's thrusts. Thus the light and hurried moaning sounds, but different sounds, once again resounded in this space. As time goes by, Ikaros's moans get louder and louder. At this point, even the thick walls can't block out her moans. Fortunately, in this villa and even the beach, other than Wu Yan's group of 10, there's no one else. Or else, the moans would be enough to make them tremble. Of course, just because no one else can hear it, doesn't mean their own people can't hear it. After who knows how long, when Wu Yan and Ikaros were entangled with each other, a faint whimper came from the side. Wu Yan reflexively turned his head towards the source of the whimper. Shokuho Misaki raised her hand and held her forehead. She struggled to open her eyes. Her pair of starry eyes blinked, telling Wu Yan that she's awake. Shokuho Misaki turned around, and she was stunned as well. She didn't say anything else as she stood there frozen in place. She had a dumbfounded look on her face. The two of them stared at each other blankly. After a while, Shokuho Misaki finally regained her senses. She recalled the scene where she passed out drunk, the scene where the girls were lying on top of each other, and what Wu Yan is doing right now. She understood everything. Seeing Shokuho Misaki's face gradually turning red, Wu Yan cursed. Without waiting for her to react, he reached out and pulled her over. "You. What are you doing? Don't tell me." Shokuho Misaki thought that her sobriety would make Wu Yan hesitate. Following Wu Yan's actions, her expression froze. The smart Shokuho Misaki seemed to have figured out what Wu Yan was going to do. She had a bad feeling. "Wu Yan, I'm warning you. If you make me and the other girls do that with you, I will." Shokuho Misaki shouted at Wu Yan. But in the next moment, her words were blocked by Wu Yan's lips. "You." Shokuho Misaki was stunned. She slapped Wu Yan's chest, trying to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. Alas, she's a sports idiot. Against a true ancestor, the result is obvious. When Wu Yan tore off Shokuho Misaki's bathrobe, Shokuho Misaki was thoroughly embarrassed. She couldn't believe that she was going to sleep in the same bed with the other girls and do such a thing. Shokuho Misaki could only whimper helplessly as she struggled in Wu Yan's arms. But when Wu Yan grabbed her breasts, Shokuho Misaki went limp and all her strength disappeared. At this time, Wu Yan was still attacking Ikaros. Finally, after a loud moan, Ikaros's body collapsed on top of Wu Yan's body, as if she lost all her bones. She panted heavily and closed her eyes in exhaustion. However, Wu Yan didn't stop. After leaving Ikaros's body, he immediately pressed Shokuho Misaki on top of him and spread her legs apart. Don't. Shokuho Misaki's weakness is too obvious. If Wu Yan gets his hands on her, she would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She wouldn't be able to resist at all. Not to mention, Wu Yan isn't just controlling her, he's also tormenting her with all his might. Shokuho Misaki kept begging for mercy. Shokuho Misaki only had sex with Wu Yanhuan once. Now that she's about to have sex with him again, she was even more flustered than the first time. With her pride, sharing a man with another woman is already an unthinkable thing for her. Now that she's going to have to serve the same man, she couldn't accept the fact that she's going to have to serve the same man with him. But in the next moment, Wu Yan entered her forcefully again. Shokuho Misaki could only moan in pain. Chapter 393. Unlike Ikaros, Shokuho Misaki already had sex with Wu Yan once. Even though it wasn't that long ago. A man and a woman who tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time are like firewood and fire. Once they meet, it's only a matter of time before they start a fire. Therefore, with Wu Yan's entrance, Shokuho Misaki once again experienced the familiar yet strange feeling she had back in the Tokuwadai dorm. Her sensitive body made Shokuho Misaki completely lose her mind. Her heart was filled with pleasure. Even the shame of sharing a bed with another girl was dispelled. She was panting and gasping for air. Her wine-red eyes were filled with resentment. That was Shokuho Misaki's silent complaint against Wu Yan's tyrannical behavior. However, as her body was pounded by Wu Yan, her resentment slowly faded away. What replaced it was a misty look, and her eyes started tearing up. Shokuho Misaki has always been a sports idiot. Among all the girls, she's probably the weakest. Even Flandre-chan with her powers sealed is better than Shokuho Misaki. Shokuho Misaki quickly reached her peak. She took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. She slumped on the floor, unable to get up again. Shokuho Misaki can't stand up anymore. She took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. She collapsed on the floor, unable to get up again. Ugh! He's not sure if it's because Shokuho Misaki's voice was too loud or if it's because of his bad luck. But when Shokuho Misaki surrendered, another soft murmur came. Wu Yan's hand that was about to touch the other girl froze in place. Under Wu Yan's gaze, a pair of brown eyes slowly opened. Unlike Shokuho Misaki, Mikoto didn't regain her ability to think the moment she woke up. Maybe it's because Mikoto's alcohol tolerance isn't that good. When those brown eyes opened, there's a hint of drunkenness in them. Yen. Not sure if Mikoto realized what's going on, but when she saw Wu Yen, she subconsciously called out and sat up on the bed. But Wu Yen didn't give her the chance. If Mikoto realizes what's going on, it won't be something that can be solved with just a few words. This violent and arrogant cis-canon, ever since the first time he raped her together with Chuju, she refused to sleep with her best friend in front of Wu Yen. If she finds out that there are 8 girls in this bed, she's going to make a move. But that's not important. What's important is that there's an existence in this bed that Mikoto can't tolerate, Shokuho Misaki. If Mikoto finds out that she's about to receive the same treatment as Shokuho Misaki, and it's after Shokuho Misaki, she's going to go berserk. So without waiting for Mikoto to get up, Wu Yen pounced on her and pinned her under his body. He reached out his hands and grabbed her breasts and started rubbing them. At the same time, he lowered his head and pressed it against her breasts, silencing her scream. Ugh, ugh. Mikoto's tea-colored eyes widened as she looked at Wu Yen, who was so close to her. When her pair of bunnies fell into Wu Yan's hands, Mikoto's face instantly crumbled and turned into ripples. However, due to her prideful nature, Mikoto naturally couldn't accept Wu Yan's doting, so she quickly struggled to break free from him. Let me go. Let me go. Ah. 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 Before she could finish, Wu Yen waved his hand and Mikoto's clothes and a belt flew into the air and landed below the bed. Wu Yen went straight in, silencing Mikoto's words, leaving only a soft moan in her throat. All that's left is Wu Yan's thrusts, thrusts, and thrusts. Following Wu Yan's assault, Mikoto's body's desire grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Mikoto's resistance grew weaker and weaker. Gradually, her resistance turned into resistance and resistance turned into desire. All the words that came out of her mouth were transmitted within the room by those 2 simple words. Then thrusts, thrusts, and thrusts. When her body's desire completely drowned her, her rationality collapsed. Her 2 hands uncontrollably climbed onto Wu Yan's back. She closed her eyes and began to accept Wu Yan's assault. From start to finish, Mikoto didn't notice that there were a lot of bodies scattered around her. Among them, there were her good sisters. There were also her enemies. One has to say, this is a miracle. Soon, Mikoto welcomed her climax in her own moans. Under Wu Yan's unbridled assault, Mikoto finished everything in one go. The feeling of floating in the clouds, along with the tipsiness from before and the drowsiness of the night, caused Mikoto to fall into a deep sleep. At this time, Wu Yan's hand was already touching Chuju. This time, the accident didn't happen. Hinajuku was still drunk. Wu Yan gently lifted her up from her bed. Her bathrobe flew away without her knowing anything. Her body was also ravaged by a certain asterisk shoal without her knowing anything. She was also ravaged by a certain asterisk shoal. In her sleep, Chuju felt like she was in a hot spring. The water in the hot spring was very comfortable. It warmed her body. Moreover, it kept caressing her body. The warm water flowed into her body. The comfortable feeling made Chuju moan softly. There seemed to be waves in the hot spring. Her body could only go with the flow, up and down. However, the warm feeling was still there. After a long time, Chuju felt that the waves in the hot spring were getting stronger and stronger. The warm feeling in her body became clearer and clearer. Chuju kept moaning, until a certain important string in her body was touched. Chuju let out a long moan and sank to the bottom of the hot spring. Placing the sleeping Hinajuka back into his chest, Wu Yen reached out with his perverted hands and caressed Takitsubu Rika's voluptuous body. She seemed to have sensed something as she frowned and her eyelids fluttered open. Confusion flashed through her eyes. Fragments of memories came back to her. Takitsubu Riku regained her vision. She was shocked when she regained her vision. This was to be expected. When you see a few girls with red skin and panting breasts beside you, you would also react the same way. A scream rushed up Takitsubu Rika's throat. However, before she could say anything, a hand blocked her mouth. Wu Yen covered her mouth with his hand and made a shoe gesture. Takitsubu Rika knew what was going on when she saw this. Her pretty face turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Wu Yen. Chuckling, Wu Yen picked up Takitsubu Riku and placed her on top of his body. He said in a gentle voice, Little Riku, be a good girl, okay? Takitsubu Riku's face turned red. Before she could react, her bathrobe flew down and overlapped with the bathrobes of the girls in front of her. She could no longer tell which bathrobe belonged to who. At the same time, Takitsubu Riku's delicate body was lifted up by Wu Yan. Takitsubu Riku's heart raced. She couldn't help but cover her breasts with her hands. She knew what was going to happen next. Hence, she could only close her eyes. Under Wu Yan's pressure, she raised her head. After a crisp sound, Takitsubu Riku landed on Wu Yan's body with a flushed face. Her breasts were held by Wu Yan and tossed up and down. Takitsubu Riku moaned with him. Very quickly, Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda were also dragged into the battle by Wu Yan. With a simple wave of his hand, 2 more bathrobes appeared on the ground. 2 more moans could be heard as well. Chapter 394. The sun slowly rose from the horizon. The night was chased away by the sudden appearance of the sun. The dark clouds on the horizon were suffused with specks of gold. The sky regained its luster. White clouds floated in from afar. Blue dotted the sky and the sea. Between the horizon and the sea, 2 different worlds on the same plane were dyed with the same shade of blue. When the sun shone on a villa by the beach, the peaceful scene in one of the rooms seemed to have been broken. The people who were asleep woke up. Wu Yan opened his eyes. The glaring sun shone on his eyelids. He wanted to raise his hand to block the sunlight, but he realized he couldn't raise his hand. In his wine-red eyes, the sleeping figures of Hinajiku and Mikoto appeared in his vision. Right now, the 2 of them are lying on his left and right respectively, each holding one of his arms. No wonder he couldn't raise his arms. He looked up and saw Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuho Misaki, Astria, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku lying on the same bed as him. Wu Yan was shocked. Fragments of memories from last night slowly flowed into his mind. Wu Yan finally remembered what he did last night. A smile appeared on his face. Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. He finally realized his dream of having all of his wives sleep on the same bed. Of course, other than Flandre-chan, all of his summons are sleeping on the same bed as him. The sense of accomplishment is unimaginable. Of course, the summons here don't count as the Misaka sisters. Pride surged in his chest. He has never felt this proud before. This is a historical moment that could become a milestone in his life. Wu Yan tilted his head as he looked at the girls around him. Then, he said something that really deserves a beating. The Crystal Palace is endless. Comrade, you still have to work hard. Maybe even the heavens couldn't stand Wu Yan's pride. Under the infinite will of the universe, Chuju Mikoto, Ikaros Shokuho Misaki, Astria, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku all mumbled. Their eyelids started trembling. Wu Yan's smile froze and his heart started pounding. Seeing that the girls are about to wake up, Wu Yan's warning bells started ringing, and he started screaming in his mind. After all, the so-called milestone in history was nothing more than him using alcohol in exchange for it. If he reminds the girls of what happened last night, Wu Yan would lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Ikaros, Astria, and Takitsubu Riku should be fine. These 3 women are extremely obedient to me, so there shouldn't be any problems. Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda, on the other hand, will definitely feel embarrassed. But considering their combat prowess and everything that happened in the past, there shouldn't be any problems. However, the other 3 are different. Chuju and Mikoto will definitely throw away their hatchet without hesitation. As for Shokuho Misaki, even though she won't throw away her hatchet, she will definitely find a way to get him a hatchet and willingly throw herself at it. The danger level was simply S-class. Wu Yan chose to run away without hesitation. But the moment he moved, Wu Yan froze. Because his hands are being held by Chuju and Mikoto. No, while Wu Yan screamed in despair, the 8 girls shuddered and their eyelids fluttered open. Their eyelids fluttered open as well. 8 pairs of eyes scanned the room and looked at each other. After seeing each other's miserable state, the memory of last night finally returned to their minds. Then, under Wu Yan's gaze, the 8 girls' faces turned red. Between the beautiful horizon and the sea, on the deserted beach, inside the villa, a few extremely shocking voices gathered together and let out an earth-shattering scream that pierced through the clouds. Bang! The door to the room was violently flung open. Wu Yan came out of the room with his clothes in a mess. At the same time, Hinajiku with a crystal sword in her hand and Mikoto with an iron sand sword in her hand also flew out of the room with their clothes in a mess. The only difference is that the former is running away pathetically while the latter has a face full of killing intent. Wu Yan, who was running away, was shocked. He leaped away from his original spot. Almost at the same time, a crystal sword and an iron sand sword slashed at the spot where Wu Yan was just a moment ago. A strand of hair fell to the ground. Wu Yan was scared witless. He yelled at Chuju and Mikoto. "You two, are you trying to murder your husband?" Chuju gritted her teeth. Her face still had a trace of anger. She raised her white cherry and said with a murderous look, "This is called cleaning house." Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. "Who taught you to say that?" Mikoto took 2 steps forward, her other hand also materializing an iron sand sword. Her face was gloomy. "You can stand there obediently and let us chop you up, or wait for us to catch you and chop you into 18 pieces. You decide." "You can't do this." Shokuha Misaki came out of the room with a group of girls. Except for Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku, who had a worried look on their faces, the other 4 girls had a cold look on their faces. Shokuha Misaki straightened her clothes and sneered. "Little Yan, you have the body of a true ancestor. You can't die. Why don't you just let us vent our anger on you?" To make the always smiling Jusama speak in such a tone, one can only imagine how angry Jusama is. Wu Yan swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. "Must it be so bloody?" "Of course." Other than Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku, the other 6 girls answered without hesitation. This made Wu Yan's scalp tingle. "You Oni-san, it's so noisy." The door opened and Flandre-chan rubbed her eyes while hugging a pillow. She told Wu Yan how cute she is. The girls were stunned by her cuteness. Wu Yan's face lit up, and he rushed to Flandre-chan's side and hugged her. "Flan, did I wake you up? It's Oni-san's fault. Are you hungry?" "Yes." "Yes, Flandre-chan is hungry." Looking at Wu Yan hugging Flandre-chan, the girls couldn't help but curse Wu Yan's shamelessness. With Flandre-chan in his arms, who would dare to make a move? The girls stared at Wu Yan with a dark expression. They wanted to stare him to death. Wu Yan chuckled awkwardly. Spalier World Academy, Villa District. Inside one of the villas, a bright light flashed without warning. The next moment, Wu Yan's group of 10 appeared in the hall. "Oh, I'm back." Wu Yan sighed. He sounded like he had gone through a lot of ups and downs. It's as if he didn't go on a vacation but instead, he went for an exam. Shokuha Misaki snorted and walked out of Wu Yan's villa without looking back. Kinuhata Sayai and Frenda had the same reaction. They snorted and followed behind Shokuha Misaki. Takitsubu Riku smiled apologetically and followed after them. Astria snorted and stuck her tongue out at Wu Yan. "Master! Idiot! Idiot!" Astria followed after him. Wu Yan felt a bit resentful. Looks like this time he really got himself into a lot of trouble. Hinajiku and Mikoto didn't even look at him as they went back to their rooms and slammed the door shut. Looks like they're still in a fit of anger. Wu Yan shrunk his neck and smacked his lips. "I should think about the upcoming academy competition." Chapter 395. 3 days of time quietly passed under the anticipation of the Spalier World Academy students. On the 3rd night, when the last of the moon disappeared from the horizon, a faint light began to drive away the darkness. The bright golden light seemed to indicate the arrival of a new round of competition. As the first ray of morning light sprinkled into the Spalier World Academy, the quiet atmosphere of the academy suddenly broke. The lively atmosphere from a few days ago reappeared once again. It didn't diminish even after 3 days of rest. It's still as lively as ever. Today is the day of the competition between the top 10 of the academy. Now that the competition has progressed to this stage, it's basically entered the real competition stage. Every student is looking forward to the birth of the champion. Within an extremely short period of time, the spacious square had already become packed with people. Boiling noises continuously rang beside everyone's ears. The fiery atmosphere caused everyone who entered the square to feel a little affected. When Wu Yan's group arrived at the high platform, whether it's the stands or the high platform, it's already packed with people. Although 90 contestants have been eliminated after 2 rounds of elimination, they still participated in the competition. Therefore, the high platform prepared for the contestants is still open to those who failed to make the cut. As for the battle between the top 10, even if they can't participate, it's still good to be able to watch from the sidelines. Therefore, everyone brought their friends or subordinates along. As for the stands, maybe the audience didn't notice it, but the people on the high platform did. There's a lot of people in the stands, and they're all Spalier World Academy teachers. Obviously, the battle between the top 10 is enough to attract the attention of these arrogant teachers. When Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrachan stepped onto the high platform, countless gazes began to fall on them. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto are undoubtedly the 3 dark horses of the academy competition. In less than a month since they entered the academy, they're already in the top 10. This kind of strength is enough to make the ordinary students feel shocked. Therefore, they attracted everyone's attention as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Wu Yan's group is already used to this kind of attention. Compared to Shokuha Misaki, who got a lot of support as soon as she stepped onto the stage, this kind of attention is nothing. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Wu Yan's group came to the spot where they stayed a few days ago, and calmly looked around the place while chatting with each other. Not long after they arrived, 2 beautiful figures appeared at the entrance of the high platform. One black, one silver, 2 dazzling hair colors. They're walking towards Wu Yan's direction. Lulu ran over and she picked up Flandrachan in a practiced manner. She rubbed her face against Flandrachan before giggling at Wu Yan. She's a very lively girl. Wu Yan glanced at Lulu's smiling face. Wu Yan felt helpless towards this crazy Lulu, but at the same time he liked her from the bottom of his heart. Although Lulu always does things that make people tired, he has to admit that this Lulu is really cute. But right after that, Wu Yan was shocked. From what Wu Yan can sense, Lulu's aura is faintly emitting a powerful aura. Although it's not at the level that Wu Yan needs to pay attention to, but compared to a few days ago, it's completely different. Plum Lilu? Loli, level 50, tier 6. Wu Yan looked at Lulu in shock. The information from the system was enough to shock Wu Yan. After all, 3 days ago Lulu was only around level 40, and a month ago, she was only level 44. And in just 3 days, Lulu has already reached tier 6? You found out. Seeing Wu Yan's shocked expression, Lulu proudly raised her head. The shock on Wu Yan's face faded and he rolled his eyes. Lulu, how did you reach tier 6? Chuju and Mikoto also saw Lulu's level and asked curiously. With this kind of strength, even if it's not enough for them to pay attention to, it's still very eye-catching. Hearing Chuju and Mikoto's question, Lulu pouted and said with a little dissatisfaction. It's all because of Grandpa. He said that it's about time for my strength to increase, but he forced me to drink some very strange colored potions. He's so annoying, those potions are disgusting. Hearing this, Wu Yan and the others were speechless. This little girl really doesn't know how lucky she is. Potions that can increase one's strength. Who knows how many people can't even get their hands on them even if they spend a lot of money. Now that the potion is delivered to her door, she's complaining that it's disgusting? If those who dream of getting their hands on a bottle of this potion heard this, they'll definitely vomit blood and die. They should really drag her out and shoot her for 10 minutes. Even Fei Fei couldn't stand it anymore and knocked on Lulu's head, causing Lulu to tear up. The old patriarch did this for your own good. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're complaining. Lulu cried out a few times, feeling wronged. But it's really disgusting. The group of people helplessly rolled their eyes and no longer paid attention to this guy who was complaining about how happy he was. The group of people gathered together and began to chat, causing Lulu to yell out. Suddenly, the crowd started to stir. The group turned around and saw Shokuha Misaki and the others at the entrance of the stage. As the most dazzling stars of the academy, the commotion caused by them was naturally bigger than Wu Yan's. Shokuha Misaki glared at Wu Yan and walked away as if nothing happened. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. It seems like she's still holding a grudge against him for sharing the same bed as her. After Shokuha Misaki entered, Sylph, Kaya, and Jaffer also entered the stage. The three of them exchanged glances with each other and quietly walked to one side. They began to focus their minds and calm their breathing. It seemed that even they had no choice but to take the competition for the top 10 seriously. With the flow of time, the number of people in the square also increased. The noise also increased and mixed together. When a couple of rushing air sounds appeared in the sky above the square, the noise that permeated the square finally slowly died down. Numerous gazes were thrown towards the special seats on the tall platform. Over there, the upper echelons of the academy, led by the Thunder King, also took their seats. Under everyone's gaze, Lei Wang slowly stood up and announced, "The third round of the academy tournament begins now." After 2 rounds of elimination, the top 10 contestants have finally been decided. According to the rules of the competition, the pairings for the battles will still be decided by random selection. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Emperor placed a crystal ball in front of him and slowly raised it. At the same time, a projection was projected from the crystal ball. On it was the list of the top 10. The last 10 contestants will be randomly paired into 5 matches. The victors will be paired into 2 matches like the second round. The final contestant standing on the stage will be the champion of the tournament. Hearing the Thunder Emperor's words, the atmosphere in the arena immediately became a lot tenser. Everyone stared at the crystal ball on the special elevated platform in silence, their hearts faintly stirred. The final round of the Academy tournament is about to begin. The Thunder King chuckled softly. As if to whet everyone's appetite, he slowly opened the crystal ball and raised it in front of everyone. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared and was replaced by a look of astonishment. When everyone saw the list of opponents on the crystal ball, they all had the same expression as the Thunder King. After the Thunder Sovereign recovered his wits, his gaze slowly shifted to a spot on the tall platform as he helplessly shook his head. The first match of the third round of the Academy tournament. Wu Yan versus Jaffer. The entire plaza was silent. Chapter 396. Everyone on the tall platform looked at each other. None of them had expected that the new student, who had been famous in the academy for the past month, would actually meet such a person here. Jaffer is one of the top 3 in the Spalier World Academy. The only one who can compare to him is Ka, and the only one who can suppress him is Sylph. Wu Yan is strong. Wu Yan proved this point in the past month. However, compared to Jaffer, who is at the peak of Tier 8, at least in the eyes of the public, no one thinks Wu Yan is a match for Jaffer. Perhaps if it was Mikoto, they wouldn't doubt Jaffer's defeat. However, it's Wu Yan. They can only shake their heads helplessly. It's a pity that this powerful newcomer can only make it this far. Ka glanced at Wu Yan and sighed. There's a trace of regret between his brows. Even though Ka values Wu Yan's strength, he doesn't think highly of Wu Yan. After all, even though he's 1 rank higher than Jaffer, they're on par in terms of strength. Kaya can't tell how strong Wu Yan is. After all, Wu Yan didn't use Do Chi or magic, so he can't tell how strong he is. However, from the previous matches, Kaya can tell that Wu Yan hasn't reached Tier 8 yet. Without reaching Tier 8, even if Wu Yan is at the peak of Tier 7 and is only 1 step away from Tier 8, this 1 step is like the difference between heaven and earth. Only those who reach Tier 8 will know that at this level, the difference between tiers is not something that can be made up with just 1 or 2 powerful armaments and secret arts. Challenging someone above one's level might be possible in the lower or middle levels, but in the higher levels, that is the 7th level and above, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream. At the very least, Kaya had never seen anyone like that. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards Jaffer. As the person in question, Jaffer didn't show much emotion. His expression was extremely calm. In Jaffer's mind, only Sylph, Ka, Mikoto, and Astria are worthy of his attention. He doesn't really care about the others. That guy is finally coming to an end. On the stage, Bing Mian almost jumped up and laughed out loud. Bing Ling lost to Wu Yan 3 days ago and he's still holding back his anger. He was cursing Wu Yan for running into Jaffer during the tournament, but he didn't expect it to come true. Bing Ling, who recovered from his injuries, furrowed his brows and looked at Wu Yan. No one knows what he's thinking. Yan, Lulu and Feifei looked at Wu Yan worriedly. They've been in the academy for a long time, so they know how strong Jaffer is. Please have some faith in me, okay? Wu Yan looked away from the crystal ball projection and looked at Lulu and Fei Fei. He saw the worry on their faces and shook his head with a bitter smile. He rubbed Lulu's head. The other girls had a heavy expression on their faces. Even Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrachan, who trusted Wu Yan all this while, couldn't help but look worried. After all, Jaffer is a rank 8 while Wu Yan is only level 68. True ancestor bloodline, infinite martial refinement, and King's Babylon make Wu Yan's strength immeasurable. However, they don't know if he's a match for a real rank 8. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the depressed looks on the girls' faces. Jaffer is strong, but it's hard to tell who will win in a real fight. With his current strength, Wu Yan can even defeat Sylph if he goes all out, let alone Jaffer. After all, meteor shower is something that even Iwa SSI and Archangel Divinity are wary of. It's not something Sylph can compare to. Even if she has a gold armament, Wu Yan is certain his meteor shower is much stronger. Of course, meteor shower is too powerful. Wu Yan doesn't dare to use it in this crowded plaza. However, even without meteor shower, Wu Yan is confident that he won't lose to Jaffer even if he can't win against Sylph. Lei Wang slowly retracted his gaze from Wu Yan. In his heart, he is still biased towards this little fella who has an unusual relationship with Lulu. He can clearly see that ever since she met this mysterious little fella, Lulu has been smiling a lot more than usual, and he can't tell how much more sincere she has become. Every time Lian Feifei spoke, the topic of conversation would involuntarily shift to this friend of hers whom she had known for less than half a year. Every time they talked, her face would be radiant with joy, causing the Thunder King to have a good impression of this little fellow who had changed Lulu and Feifei's lives. If possible, Lei Wang still wants Wu Yan to win, and that's exactly what he's hoping for. Both sides. Onto the stage. Following Lei Wang's voice, everyone's gaze shifted to Wu Yan and Jaffer. Silence ensued. Yan. Lulu suddenly tugged on Wu Yan's sleeve. Her gem-like eyes stared straight at Wu Yan's face. Her gaze was filled with trust. Yan. I believe in you. You can definitely defeat him. Big brother will definitely defeat that big guy. Flandrachan nodded repeatedly. Her red eyes had a vicious glint in them. If she could, she'd really like to toy with Jaffer until he breaks. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Feifei also looked at Wu Yan with trust. Jaffer might be strong, but they believe that Wu Yan won't disappoint them. Wu Yan felt warmth in his heart when he saw the trust in the girls. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he rubbed Lulu and Flandrachan's heads. How can you still laugh? A sweet voice came from the front of Wu Yan. At the same time, gasps of disbelief could be heard from the spectator stands and the high platform. Everyone looked up. They saw Shokuho Misaki, Astria, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku walking over with different expressions. Shokuho Misaki rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Judging from the way she complained just now, it's obvious that she's an acquaintance. Everyone was in an uproar. The Academy Queen, Shokuho Misaki, the leader of Starlight Queen, the idol of every student. She doesn't seem to have a good relationship with Wu Yan. This is enough to drive everyone crazy. After all, the Queen of the Academy was famous in the Academy for not showing any interest in men. It could even be said that she disdained men. Shokuho Misaki doesn't care what those people think. Although she has gained a lot of popularity in the Academy, it's only because of her unusual interest, which is more of a hobby. If Wu Yan wanted her to disband Starlight Queen and announce her relationship with him in the Academy, Shokuho Misaki might grumble, but she wouldn't object to it. For Shokuho Misaki, this man who walked into her heart is more important than anything else. Shokuho Misaki's resentment towards Wu Yan for forcing her to sleep with the other girls has mostly dissipated. She looked at Wu Yan seriously and asked calmly, "How confident are you?" Wu Yan smiled and looked at Jaffer. "If you trust me, then 100%. Chapter 397. At the very least, if Wu Yan wants to drag Jaffer down, he can use the true ancestor's immortality to do so. However, by that time, he would be sent to the research lab to be dissected. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jafar was the first to make a move. He slowly stood up from the ground and strode to the railing of the high platform under the admiring gazes of the Beast Tide members. He then leaped off the railing in a flash. Jafar stomped his feet on the stage, and he looked at Wu Yan's direction with a calm expression. In the Academy tournament, his most important opponent is Sylph. He didn't care much about the other participants. It's not that there's no one here who can match up to Sylph. He has seen Mikoto's strength before. However, he has been competing with Sylph for quite some time now. It's only natural that he would value this opponent whom he wanted to surpass the most. Kaya is not to be underestimated either. However, Jafar values Sylph more. After all, Sylph is the strongest in the academy. Of course, after this competition, no one knows the outcome. After Jafar left the stage, everyone turned their attention to Wu Yan. They wanted to know if this newcomer can keep up his winning streak against a peak expert like Jafar. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yan's expression didn't change. He wasn't afraid of Jafar. He stood up and walked towards the edge of the stage. Oniai-chan-yen, do your best. Flandre-chan and Lulu's soft cheers came from behind. Wu Yan didn't turn around. He waved his hand and appeared on the stage in the blink of an eye. Wu Yan lifted his head and he met Jafar's gaze. Both of them looked at each other with an inexplicable look in their eyes. Wu Yan has been avoiding direct confrontations with Tier 8 combatants like Sylph, Kaya, and Jafar. He's still a Tier 7. If possible, he didn't want to go all out. But if there's nowhere to run, Wu Yan isn't going to back down. Jafar, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to this newcomer, but he still paid attention to him. After all, among his companions, Mikoto managed to tie with Sylph, whom he dreamed of defeating, and Ikaros managed to easily nullify the power of Mikoto and Sylph's clash. On top of that, Shokuho Misaki, who created Starlight Queen, seems to have a close relationship with Wu Yan. They seem to have known each other for a long time. Plus, they're both newcomers. Jafar couldn't help but pay more attention to this newcomer. Jafar, who hasn't spoken a single word since the start of the academy exam, finally opened his mouth to speak. I hope you won't disappoint me. Jafar suddenly spoke. His voice was rather low, and just like his enormous aura, it carried a fierce, domineering, and ferocious aura. Wu Yan flinched and he laughed. He waved his hand and a small crimson dimension vortex appeared behind him. Nietono no Shana slowly floated out of it. Wu Yan grasped the sword in his hand, and he pointed the tip of the sword at the ground. A strong gust of wind howled as he swung the sword. Give it your all. Jafar glanced at Nietono no Shana in Wu Yan's hand. His eyes flashed with surprise. A few days ago, when Wu Yan fought Bing Ling, Jafar knew that this seemingly ordinary sword has the ability to control fire. Now that he's facing it personally, Jafar felt that this newcomer might actually have something special about him. Jafar didn't take out his armament like Wu Yan did. Instead, he slowly extended his bear-like palms and curled them into a strange claw shape. Don't say I'm underestimating you. My armament will only be used against those who are qualified. Jafar waved his claw in front of him, and an invisible gust of wind shot down. It left behind 5 tiny finger holes on the ground. Jafar faintly said, If you want me to use my armament, you will have to prove that you are qualified. Xiaoyan smiled but he didn't reply. For someone as strong and arrogant as Jafar, he won't look you in the eye unless you display strength that is worthy of his attention. Perhaps if Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and the others weren't on his side and his performance in the previous matches wasn't that bad, Jafar might not even be bothered to speak to him. The conversation between the two in the arena was naturally transmitted to the incomparably quiet stadium. Mikoto, Chuju, and the others felt that Jafar was being too arrogant. However, the audience didn't feel that Jafar was being arrogant. After all, a person with strength had the qualification to be arrogant. On the other hand, if a person without strength was arrogant, it was likely that the audience would spit at them. Some soft voices sounded from all over the viewing gallery. They were all guessing the situation of the battle. Seeing this, the Lei Wang waved his hand slightly. The voices in the stadium immediately became much softer. The Lei Wang smiled as he watched the two facing off in the arena. Some anticipation involuntarily rose in his heart. There was no doubt that Jaffer had a great chance of winning. There was not much suspense in a battle between a rank 8 and a rank 7. However, Wu Yan was an extremely mysterious person. Even those old fellows were alarmed by his background. Additionally, there was not the slightest fear in Wu Yan's eyes or face since the beginning. This caused the Lei Wang to believe that Wu Yan would definitely give him a big surprise. "Little fellow, don't disappoint me." The Lei Wang looked around him after saying this. He raised his hand and a faint voice finally sounded in the air above the stadium in front of a countless number of people. The third round of the Academy trial. The first match. Begin. In the arena, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly erupted from Sa Fe's body after the Thunder King's words sounded. This aura was so powerful that even the spectators, who were seated far away from the arena, found it difficult to breathe. As a wave of blood-colored do qi surged out of Sa Fe's body, his large hand claws seemed to have once again swelled a little. His knuckles were slightly bent, and a clear firecracker-like sound was emitted. At the same time, there was a ripple in the air, and a partially visible beast figure appeared behind Jaffer. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Enaidianjana in his hand. A red lotus-like flame instantly surged out. The abruptly rising temperature caused Jaffer's aura to become a little sluggish. Compared to Jaffer, that much skinnier figure did not have even the slightest trace of do qi. However, a majestic aura spread from his body. His aura and Jaffer's aura vaguely formed a situation where they were evenly split. Wu Yan exhaled a long breath. His arm suddenly shook and the Enaidianjana in his hand emitted a strange clang-clang sound. The sword was swung diagonally across the ground. A red lotus flame lingered over it. A hot wind grilled the ground until traces of hot air were formed. The wine-red color in his wine-red eyes slowly faded. Replacing it was a golden color that was filled with a pressure. He slowly lifted his eyes and looked at Sa Fe, who was covered in do qi. Suddenly, the sound of thunder resounded in the arena. Soon after, a faint roar of thunder was emitted. A blurry black figure dragging a flaming armament shot forward, in an imposing manner toward the unmoving Sa Fe in front of a countless number of gazes. At this point in the Academy trial, this was the first time that Wu Yan had launched an attack in front of others. The distance of dozens of meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The two of them instantly approached each other in the arena. Their eyes met and the pressuring atmosphere finally erupted at this moment. Chapter 398. Qi. Enaidianjana, cut through the air like a red ray of light. It was accompanied by a hot air that caused the air to fluctuate as it ruthlessly slashed at the immovable Sa Fe. The force was so strong that even the air beneath the sword was completely expelled. A low and deep sonic boom sounded like an explosion that resounded from underground. It was muffled and terrifying. The hot wind from the red lotus flame pressed Sa Fe's special student uniform tightly against his skin. At a glance, one could tell that if this attack hit, forget about the sharpness of the armament, and the force on it being able to seriously injure Sa Fe, just the flames on it would be able to turn Sa Fe into ashes. However, Sa Fe's expression did not change because of the incoming attack from Enaidianjana. He indifferently watched Enaidianjana approach him. Sa Fe finally moved when the sword was about to reach Sa Fe's head. He casually took a step to the left, and the sword fell with a loud bang, narrowly brushing past Sa Fe's shoulder. Sa Fe's claw suddenly curled slightly the moment Enaidianjana missed. Soon after, he casually swatted in a certain direction. The claw that seemed to be casually swatting the sword accurately hit the body of the Niyin Temple Shana. At the same time the sword fell, a powerful force surged out, ignoring the flames on the sword, and pushing the Niyin Temple Shana a little distance away. Wu Yan's movements inevitably paused for a moment when Enaidianjana's attack was interrupted. Sa Fe took advantage of this pause and curled his hand into a beast's claw with his palm facing the ground. It was accompanied by a cold and sharp wind as it grabbed at Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan's golden eyes rotated. He extended his left hand at lightning speed and clenched it into a fist. The endless martial refining technique was unleashed to its limit at this moment. The force within his body swiftly gathered on his fist. Soon after, he viciously swung it out and collided with the incoming claw. Bang! A fist and a claw fiercely collided. A low muffled sound rang out from the point of contact between the fist and the claw. A ferocious force surged out and finally spread out in all directions. Wu Yan's body trembled slightly. He withdrew his long sword and fist and hurriedly retreated. Every step he took left a light footprint on the extremely hard ground. After leaving several footprints, Wu Yan's feet regained their lightness and landed in front of Sa Fa. After completely dispelling the force from his hand, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Sa Fa, who had only taken one step back. A hint of seriousness appeared in his golden eyes. In a head-on collision, Sa Fa's strength had almost completely suppressed him. This was the first time Wu Yan had been suppressed by someone ever since he exchanged for the endless martial refining technique. Coupled with the powerful body of a true ancestor, he had gained unparalleled strength. Wu Yan took a deep breath of air that was slightly hot due to the flames of the Enidian Shana. He stared intently at Sa Fa and tightened his grip on the Enidian Shana. A moment later, he suddenly leaned forward and stomped his foot. Suddenly the Enidian Shana left Wu Yan's hand and shot toward Sa Fa like a red bolt of lightning, accompanied by an extremely sharp sound of rushing wind and a pressuring hot wind. Surprise flashed in Safar's eyes when he saw Wu Yan's sudden attack. However, his expression didn't change much. His palms curled into the shape of a claw. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. His claw was wrapped in a faint red douqi. He extended his claw downward, and a section of a sword wrapped in flames appeared between his claw. Sa Fa's claw seemed to be protected by the pale red douqi. He tightened his grip and the lightning-like Enidian Shana suddenly paused in midair. Bang! An extremely hot flame suddenly erupted from the Enidian Shana, after Sa Fa's claw clamped onto it. Sa Fa was forced to take a couple of steps back by this flame force. His 5 fingers were curled into a strange arc coincidentally. Each of his fingers came into contact with the blade of the Enidian Shana. The frightening heat contained in the blade caused Sa Fa's expression to change. Surprise had just risen in his heart when another shock quickly followed. This was because the flame on the Enidian Shana seemed to have come alive after Sa Fa grabbed it. It spread toward his hand. Sa Fa immediately felt the douqi wrapped around his hand drop rapidly as the hot flame climbed up his arm. His claw abruptly released the Enidian Shana, but it still slid down powerlessly and landed on the ground. Swoosh! The moment the Enidian Shana slid down, a faint sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Jafar frowned and instantly looked up, only to see a blurry black figure appear before him at an extremely fast speed like a ghost. Wu Yan took advantage of the moment Sa Fa was distracted by the red lotus flame on Enidian Shana to arrive in a flash. His 5 fingers clenched tightly as the electric current in his body exploded. It wildly circulated on the surface of his body and surged toward his tightly clenched fist. His fist was instantly wrapped in lightning. Lightning light fist. A low cry suddenly sounded. Wu Yan's lightning-covered fist viciously smashed toward Sa Fa. The lightning around the fist grew several times stronger as the continuous low explosion sounded in everyone's ears like firecrackers. The ferocious lightning light fist caused Sa Fa to narrow his eyes. He could sense that Wu Yan's ferocious attack was the powerful close-range attack that defeated Bing Ling in one move. Sa Fa relied on his super-strong douqi cultivation to sense that the lightning light fist hadn't arrived yet. Even if he were to be hit by this punch, he wouldn't be in any good shape. However, the prerequisite is that you can hit me. You want to use this move to defeat me? You're still lacking. A smile surfaced on Ye Fa's face. His hand claws once again curled as pale red douqi twined around his fingertips. The douqi shrank slightly and a dense, cold glint appeared on Ye Fa's claws. I'd like to see if your battle skill can contend against my beast battle skill. The smile on Sa Fa's face was instantly withdrawn with his claw facing the ground. He extended his arm and his claw shot forward. An invisible wind formed a vaguely visible douqi glow in front of the claw. Its momentum was extremely shocking. It was not the least bit inferior to Wu Yan's lightning light fist. The moment Sa Fa extended his claw, the The beast figure that had been floating behind Sa-Fe also extended its hand. It merged with Sa-Fe's claw and a beast claw covered in Do-Chi appeared on top of it. Blood-hunting beast king claw. The most direct physical fight that was about to occur in the arena caused waves of exclamations to sound from the viewing gallery. This kind of close physical fight was undoubtedly the most bloody and violent. The men did not have the slightest objection to this. Some of the students, whose faces had turned red, had even stood up from their seats. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, the fist and claw, each containing an extremely powerful destructive force, finally collided head-on. Bang! A loud and clear explosion sounded in the air above the square. A wave of wind formed from the force of the collision, surged out from the point of contact between the fist and claw of the two people. Wherever the wind wave passed, the ground repeatedly emitted a cracking sound as if it was unable to bear the heavy burden. Numerous cracks swiftly spread out from under the two people's bodies like a spiderweb. The wind wave blew into the viewing gallery, causing the faces of all the students to hurt. The sound of saliva being swallowed was immediately emitted from the viewing gallery. Everyone's faces had already turned a little pale. If they were the ones in the arena, they would definitely be seriously injured and sent flying. The fist and claw appeared to be entangled with each other. Air waves continued to wildly emit from the hands and feet of the two. The extremely sturdy ground swiftly cracked and turned into extremely tiny fragments. They were directly turned into dust by this air wave. How terrifying! Chapter 399. The collision between the lightning light fist and the blood-hunting beast king claw was like two clumps of energy attracting each other. They wanted to invade each other's territory, but at the same time, they wanted to devour each other. However, at this moment, the two seemed to have reached a delicate balance. Jaffer's heart sank as he stared at the expressionless Wu Yan. From an outsider's point of view, the lightning fist and the blood-hunting beast king's claw are locked in a stalemate. However, Jaffer knows that when his battle chi invades Wu Yan's lightning fist territory, an incomparably violent energy is slowly dispersing his battle chi. In other words, his blood-hunting beast king's claw is crumbling. At some point, Wu Yan grinned and he yelled. The lightning around his body surged and the sound of thunder boomed. The lightning bolts that surged in power were quickly replenished by Wu Yan's lightning fist. The lightning fist shone even brighter than before. Bang! Jaffer's blood-hunting beast king claw crumbled in an instant as the lightning light fist shone brightly. Jaffer let out a muffled groan as his legs trembled violently, and he was knocked back 10 meters away. Whoosh! The audience stood up in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Jaffer being pushed back by Wu Yan. Jaffer was pushed back by Wu Yan. Kaya glanced at Jaffer in shock. If Kaya didn't know Jaffer's personality, he would have thought Jaffer was going easy on Wu Yan. After all, Jaffer is a rank 8 while Wu Yan is still a rank 7. Challenging someone of a higher cultivation level than him. Could it be that he could really do it? Sylph looked at Wu Yan, who's surrounded by lightning bolts. Her eyes were calm, but no one knew what she was thinking. Good. Unlike the others, Chuju Mikoto, Flandra-chan Lulu, and Mikoto are overjoyed. No matter what happens next, at least for now, Wu Yan has the upper hand. Even the Thunder King, who was seated on the special platform, couldn't help but smile. However, after a while, his smile disappeared. He knew that the real battle was about to begin. Jaffer looked at the calm Wu Yan. After a long time, a deep voice came from his mouth and echoed throughout the arena. You are qualified to make me use my armament. The spectators were stunned again. Jaffer's words are an acknowledgement of Wu Yan's strength. For a moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone's gazes paused on the two people who were facing each other in the arena. Traces of fanaticism gradually flowed out from their eyes. The previous battle was exciting enough. Now that Jaffer is going to use his full strength, won't the upcoming battle be even more exciting? How can the spectators not be excited? Wu Yan's heart tightened. Jaffer is finally going to use his armament. The upcoming battle is going to be even more intense than before. Wu Yan might look like he easily forced Jaffer back, but Wu Yan knows that it wasn't easy at all. Infinite martial refinement, true ancestor bloodline, and lightning user LVL5. He used all of these abilities to their fullest in an instant. Even so, he only managed to force Jafar back without injuring him. One can only imagine how big the gap between Tier 8 and Tier 7 is. Without those abilities, Wu Yan would have lost miserably. He wouldn't have been able to force Jafar back. Even if Wu Yan has some trump cards he hasn't used, who can be sure that Jafar doesn't have any trump cards? At this moment, Jafar also began to move. He raised his hands, and a pair of razor-sharp claws appeared in his hands. The front end had 4 steel claws glinting with cold light, while the back end had a buckle that could be fastened to his fists. Under everyone's gaze, Jafar quietly grabbed the pair of sharp claws. In the next second, a dense blood aura began to rise from Jafar's body. Specks of blood-red light danced in the air. Under the influence of the blood aura, Jafar's faint red do chi turned blood-red. A ferocious beast aura emanated from Jafar. The beast's shadow behind Jafar solidified a bit. Wu Yan's heart sank. He took a step forward, and the lightning around his body intensified. Crackling sounds echoed incessantly. Wu Yan looked like the god of thunder descending to the mortal world. He clashed with the beast's aura. Interesting. Jafar grinned. His sharp claws drew 2 arcs in the air. The cold light from the claws flickered in the air. It was a chilling sight. In the next moment, Jafar crouched down and suddenly bounced up. His golden pupils shrunk, and he saw Jafar closing in on him like a wolf. Wu Yan shuddered, and he quickly retreated. However, Jafar was truly fast. The moment Wu Yan retreated, Jafar had already arrived in front of Wu Yan. Jafar reached out with one hand, and the sharp claws on his fist went straight for Wu Yan's chest. A thick blood-red combat aura surged into Jafar's sharp claws. The shadow of a beast's claw was faintly discernible. The sharp claws went straight for Wu Yan's chest. The wind generated by the claws was extremely sharp, and the combat aura was extraordinarily dense. If Wu Yan were to be hit by this attack, he would definitely be severely injured. Just as the claws were about to touch Wu Yan's chest, Wu Yan suddenly gave up on blocking the attack. The claws went through his arms and went straight for his chest. Wu Yan's free hand pointed at the void. A crimson spatial ripple appeared from Wu Yan's finger and spread in front of Wu Yan. When the ripple faded and the crimson spatial ripple took shape, a dozen iron sand swords shot out from the spatial ripple and blocked Jafar's claws. Violent lightning surged out of Jafar's body and landed on the iron sand swords. The iron sand swords buzzed and began to vibrate rapidly. They firmly protected Wu Yan behind them and formed an indestructible iron sand sword wall. Jafar's expression changed slightly before sinking. Only now did Jafar remember that Wu Yan still had this move up his sleeve. You want to block my attack with a few armaments that aren't even rare grade? A cold glint surged in Jafar's eyes. He did not withdraw his attack. Blood-colored combat aura surged violently and the surface of his body flashed with a dazzling light. The wind generated by the claws also became a little sharper, and the shadow of the beast's claw became a little more solid. In the next moment, the sharp claws heavily slammed into the sword wall formed by the iron sand swords. Clang! The sharp claws collided with the iron sword, and the sound of weapons colliding rang out. Following this crisp sound, a claw mark appeared on the iron sword wall. Clang! 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 Sa-Fa instantly extended his claws again after the first claw attack. Blood-colored do chi lit up on both of his claws and numerous claw shadows were formed in the air. Soon after, they continuously landed on the iron sand sword wall. Immediately, the entire arena was filled with the sound of weapons clashing together. The hearts of the audience were all raised. Some of them had already clenched their fists tightly. They could not help but break out in cold sweat for Wu Yan when they saw that Jafar had been forced back a moment ago. The situation had turned around in an instant. Yan. Lulu's hands were constantly moving. Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she watched Wu Yan being forced back by Jafar's attacks. Lulu was about to die from anxiety. Jafar's attacks were extremely ferocious. If even one of these attacks landed on Wu Yan would not have a good ending. Chapter 400. Jafar's frenzied attacks caused more and more claw marks to appear on the iron sand sword wall. At this point, There were already a few claw marks that penetrated the iron sandsword wall. Jaffer turned into a ferocious beast as he unleashed a barrage of claws at Wu Yan. Many of the spectators felt a chill down their spines as they watched Jaffer unleash his ferocious attacks. Some of them felt pity for Wu Yan. Wu Yan's defeat would be the moment the iron sandsword wall crumbled under Jaffer's ferocious attacks. Only Sylph, Ka, Mikoto and a few others remained calm. They noticed that Wu Yan had one hand on the iron sandsword wall, while the other hand was flashing with electricity. Jaffer was completely unaware of Wu Yan's actions. He continued to attack the iron sandsword wall with his claws. The iron sandsword wall was on the verge of crumbling under Jaffer's ferocious attacks. The iron sandsword wall let out a cracking sound under Jaffer's frenzied attacks. When Jaffer attacked with his claws again, the iron sandsword wall couldn't hold on any longer. The iron sandsword wall shook violently and finally exploded under Jaffer's claw attack. With the iron sandsword wall's disappearance, Wu Yan, who was hiding behind the iron sandsword wall, appeared in front of Jaffer once again. The iron sandsword wall's collapse should have been a good thing, but Jaffer didn't look happy at all. Instead, his expression changed, and he stopped attacking with his claws. That's because Wu Yan's golden eyes flashed with a hint of a sneer when he saw his iron sandsword wall shattering. His other hand was extended towards Jaffer with a token in it. Jaffer's body tensed up as he stared at the hand holding the token. A bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes, and Jaffer felt goosebumps all over his body. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Under numerous astonished gazes, Jaffer actually stomped his foot on the ground like a madman, smashing the ground beneath his feet into pieces, and then he shot backwards rapidly. However, Wu Yan's hand glowed brightly and a bluish-white electric current flowed towards the token in his hand. Then, an orange beam shot out from Wu Yan's hand. The audience cried out in surprise when they saw the orange beam. Even Sylph, who was on the high platform, had a serious expression on her face. That's because that's the same attack Mikoto used during their battle in the arena tower. The orange light beam flashed out at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Sa-Fa. As his expression rapidly changed, Jaffer clenched his teeth and roared. He mobilized all of his combat chi and channeled it into his sharp claws. His claws glowed with a bloody light. Jaffer raised his hand and attacked the orange beam together with the beast behind him. However, at the next moment, a crimson ripple emerged between the orange beam and the crimson claw. The orange beam instantly darted into the crimson space. Shortly after, the crimson space vanished and Jaffer's attack missed its target. At the same time, the crimson ripple appeared again, but this time, it's behind Jaffer. A chill ran down Jaffer's spine and traveled up his back. Jaffer's back was drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, an orange beam shot out from the crimson space behind Jaffer and slammed into his back. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded like a clap of thunder in the spacious square amidst countless astonished gazes. A majestic destructive wind, carrying a scorching electric current, swept out in all directions from where the orange light beam had exploded like a storm. Wherever the electric current passed, the arena would immediately crumble apart. Cracks that were as thick as an arm swiftly spread across the entire stage like a spider web. The seemingly extremely sturdy stage was turned into a complete mess in the blink of an eye by the electric current. On the spectator stands, numerous dumbfounded gazes stared blankly at the arena that had been destroyed. Their brains instantly short-circuited, and they were completely unable to wrap their heads around it. From the beginning, Wu Yan forced Jaffer to retreat and gain the upper hand to Jaffer, turning the situation around and wildly attacking Wu Yan until now. The tables had turned once again and Jaffer had ended up in an unknown state. It hadn't even been 5 minutes yet. How could such an urgent and heart-shaking battle not make everyone feel shocked in their hearts? After a long while, the crowd finally recovered from their daze. All of their gazes turned towards the center of the stage. Wu Yan's expression didn't change, but his chest started heaving up and down. Their gazes were filled with astonishment and shock. Some were even a little absent-minded. There was no doubt that the situation was exactly the same as when Wu Yan challenged the 9 great factions at the arena tower. This newcomer, whom everyone thought would lose without a doubt, gave them a pleasant surprise once again. However, this time, everyone looked at Wu Yan with admiration and fear. Even Jaffer, who was at the 8th level, was beaten to such a state. Although the outcome of the battle hadn't been decided yet, Wu Yan's attitude as a powerhouse was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. After all, Wu Yan was challenging someone of a higher level than him. Looking at Jaffer, who was shrouded in a cloud of dust after being hit by the orange beam, the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. As long as Jaffer's figure is lying on the ground, it means that Wu Yan succeeded in his challenge. This is an event worthy of being recorded in the history books. That's why Sylph and Ka stared at Jaffer, trying to see through the center of the dust cloud. Wu Yan also stared at Jaffer. He felt a little relieved. He didn't expect this idea to work. Before this, Wu Yan had already guessed that the Gate of Babylon can be opened anywhere he wants. After all, the Gate of Babylon is a space-type equipment. If it can be opened on his back, then it can be opened on other places as well. Wu Yan had this idea, but he didn't try it out. He didn't expect it to work today. With the attention of everyone present, the dust that enveloped Sa-Fa gradually became lighter. A moment later, a gentle breeze gently blew across the arena and swept away the dust. The area that had almost turned into ruins appeared before everyone's eyes. At that spot, a tall figure, who was emitting a wild and ferocious aura like a wild beast, gradually appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. Unfortunately, the appearance of this silhouette didn't dispel the notion of failing the cross-realm challenge. Instead, it made Wu Yan's figure even more engraved in their minds. The tall figure's uniform is now in tatters. There's even smoke rising from it. Jaffer's appearance has changed drastically. He looks battered and exhausted. Everyone's eyes froze because Jaffer, who was in a sorry state, lowered his head slightly, and a strange bloody light flashed in his eyes. It was as if it was an injured wild beast that had begun to bite its enemy without regard for anything else. Chapter 401. Jaffer's black bear-like pupils are now redder than any other color. Jaffer lowered his head and the beast phantom behind him stepped forward and overlapped with his body. At the next moment, a surge of crimson warrior energy that could condense into solid state crazily burned on Jaffer's body. Shit! Kaya was shocked. He grabbed the railing in front of him and leaned forward. Looking at Jaffer, he bit his lips. Jaffer. He went berserk. Berserk? What's that? On the other side, Hinajiku and Mikoto also learned about the word berserk from Fei-Fei's shocked mouth. Seeing Fei-Fei's nervous look and the thick blood aura coming from Jaffer, the two girls' hearts clenched. Fei-Fei shook her head and said, Berserk is one of the unique beast-type battle techniques of the Baruba Empire. It's more like a type of buff magic. It allows the user to merge with the shadow of a beast and unleash even more power than normal. Fei-Fei shook her head in a serious manner. Even stronger than normal. Hinajiku and Mikoto frowned at the same time. Isn't that troublesome? If it's only troublesome, that's fine. Fei-Fei smiled bitterly. Most importantly, those who use berserk will lose their rationality and turn into a ferocious beast from head to toe. They won't know how to hold back at all. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid that even someone's life might be lost. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked, but they quickly calmed down. It sounds like someone might lose their life, but Wu Yan is a primogenitor. Something like that won't happen to him. Lulu, on the other hand, didn't know about this. She started panicking. Fei-Fei, what should we do? Fei-Fei waved her hand, indicating for Lulu to calm down. She then turned to look at the Thunder King seated on the special platform. Don't worry. If Yen is in danger, the old patriarch won't just stand by and watch. Lulu's heart calmed down when she heard that her grandfather was going to make a move. However, she still looked a little worried. Berserk. With Wu Yan's hearing, he heard every word. He frowned as he looked at Jaffer, who looked like a beast about to wake up from its slumber. He sighed inwardly. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. Wu Yan exhaled softly and calmed his emotions. At the very least, Jaffer won't be able to harm him with his primogenitor form. Exposing his primogenitor form might make him the center of attention, but it's better to go all out. I don't care if you're a berserk or a sissy. Since you're not moving, I won't hold back. A crisp snap of a finger rang out. Crimson spatial ripples instantly spread across the entire arena. Countless iron sand swords shot out of the ripples and pointed at Jafar. With another snap, the iron sand sword pierced through the air and shot toward Jafar like a missile, bombarding the motionless Jafar. However, when the iron sand sword struck Jafar's body, the beast's shadow that overlapped with Jafar's body swayed and expanded abruptly, enveloping Jafar's body. The iron sand sword then struck the beast's shadow's body. Ding, 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 ding. When the iron sand swords hit the beast's shadow, it was as if they hit a steel wall. When the iron sand sword stopped, the beast's shadow slowly returned to its original size. There wasn't a single crack on it, and Jafar was unharmed. Wu Yan's expression darkened. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This is going to be troublesome. At that moment, Jafar lifted his head abruptly in his berserk state. Roar! Jafar let out a roar that sounded like a lion or a tiger. The roar turned into sound waves that swirled around the plaza like a vortex. The audience covered their ears in pain, including some of the stronger students on the high platform. Only Sylph and Ka were able to maintain their composure. In the field, the sound wave hit Wu Yan's body and made his head explode. His mind went blank from the explosion, and his heart started beating fast. Could it be that the sound waves can directly attack someone's mental state? Fortunately, Wu Yan guessed right. Jafar's roars can affect a person's mental power when he's in berserk mode. This isn't the case for everyone who learned the beast battle technique. It's just that Jafar's beast battle technique is a variant of the beast battle technique. That's why Jafar is secretly known as the magician's killer. A magician's mana is directly linked to their mental state. If Sylph and Ka didn't have some tricks up their sleeves, Jafar would have become the strongest magician in the academy. Wu Yan isn't a magician, but everyone has their own mental power. Even if he's not a magician, he was still affected. His mind blanked out for a split second. Jafar took advantage of that split second of blankness to get close to Wu Yan. Wu Yan only regained his senses when Jafar's beastly eyes appeared in front of him. Jafar's claws came crashing down. Wu Yan's expression changed when he felt the terrifying force coming from Jafar's claws. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and a spark appeared on his forehead. In the next moment, crimson ripples appeared around Jafar. However, it wasn't an iron sand sword that appeared, it was an iron sand whip. Just as Wu Yan expected. The moment the iron sand whip appeared, Jafar's beastly shadow expanded and protected his body. If it was an iron sand sword, Wu Yan would have been heavily injured by Jafar's claws. However, the iron sand whip was a different story altogether. The iron sand whips were like ropes. They twisted and wrapped around the beast's shadow, binding it tightly. As the beast's shadow was bound by the iron sand whips, Jafar, who had become one with the beast's shadow in his berserk state, suddenly stopped smashing down with his sharp claws. It was this pause that gave Wu Yan a chance. Wu Yan didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward. His fists were covered in lightning, and the lightning fist was instantly formed. Wu Yan let out a cold grunt and threw both lightning fists at Jafar. To be more precise, they landed on the beastly shadow in front of Jafar. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the lightning light fist landed on the beast's shadow. However, the beast's shadow was not damaged at all. Its defensive power was actually so terrifying. Wu Yan's golden eyes glinted. He withdrew his fists and the lightning on his fists surged. In the next second, Wu Yan's lightning fists landed on the beastly shadow in front of Jafar. Bang! 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 This time it was Wu Yan's turn to unleash a barrage of attacks. Just like how Jafar attacked the iron sandsword wall, Wu Yan threw a series of lightning fists at the beastly shadow. Of course, the beastly shadow couldn't be imprinted with a single punch. However, as Wu Yan's lightning fists landed, cracks began to appear on the beastly shadow. Everyone on the stands looked at Wu Yan, who turned into a boxer and used Jafar as a punching bag. They exchanged glances with each other, feeling a little resentful. They finally realized that Jafar wasn't the only beast in the academy that could become a beast. If Wu Yan went to the Baruba Empire to learn beast combat skills, he would become a beast as well. As time passed, The sound of the lightning light fists striking the beast's shadow continued to resound in the air above the square. Not long after, cracks finally appeared on the beast's shadow. Chapter 402. As more and more cracks appeared on the beast's shadow, Wu Yan increased the speed of his punches. Lightning fist infused with the might of lightning struck the beast's shadow. Electricity flowed through the beast's shadow, causing the cracks on the beast's shadow to become even more compact. Just as the lightning light fist was about to shatter the shadow, a strange phenomenon occurred. The iron sand whips that bound the shadow and restrained Jafar finally crumbled into iron sand under Jafar's powerful force. Jafar regained his freedom. Roar! Jafar roared. The unique roar caused Wu Yan's mind to go blank. This time, the roar was so close that not only did Wu Yan's mind go blank, but Wu Yan also felt a sharp pain in his head. Jafar stared at the stunned Wu Yan and did not show any mercy. The claw that he had struck out earlier slammed into Wu Yan's chest. At this critical moment, a wave of energy finally emerged from Wu Yan's mind. It penetrated the surface of Wu Yan's body and formed an invisible dragon-shaped armor on Wu Yan's body. It was the spiritual dragon armor that had been transformed into a noble relic. However, Jafar's claw, with the help of fury and the buff from the rare armament, became abnormally terrifying. Even the spiritual dragon armor, which had been transformed into a noble relic, was frozen for a moment before it shattered into pieces and returned to Wu Yan's body. Jafar's claw did not slow down and slammed into Wu Yan's chest. Bang! The claw slammed into Wu Yan's body. Before the pain could reach Wu Yan's mind, Wu Yan's body was sent flying and he landed heavily on the ground. The sound of his body hitting the ground reverberated in everyone's heart. Hinajaku Mikoto Ikaros Flanderchan, Lulu Feifei Shokoho Masaki, Astria, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were all shocked by the scene. The 11 girls were shocked as well. Master Oniai-chan. Ikaros, Astria, and Flanderchan shouted at the same time. They wanted to spread their wings and fly off the stage, but Chuju and Shokoho Masaki stopped them. Don't worry, Xiaoyan has the body of a true ancestor. Even if his body is crushed, he can recover in an instant. This injury is nothing. Shokoho Masaki calmly reassured Astria. She clenched her fists tightly. Flanderchan remembered the time when Wu Yan played with her, and he could recover in an instant. That's why she stayed back obediently. She doesn't have any strength left, so it's useless for her to go up the stage. Ikaros, on the other hand, stared at Wu Yan with her indigo eyes. Her heart ached for Wu Yan. Even if Wu Yan got bitten by a mosquito, she would still feel sorry for him. Just as the girls thought, Wu Yan is fine. Even if he doesn't have the immortal body, he's protected by the spiritual dragon armor. Jafar's claw didn't do much damage to him. Wu Yan got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the dizziness brought on by Jafar's roar and cursed in his mind. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly dodged Jafar's attack. It had to be said that Jafar's strength had indeed become very powerful after going berserk. However, at the same time, his weakness of losing his rationality was also very obvious. Now, Jafar's every move was no longer as meticulous as before. Instead, he was like a real beast that only knew how to attack. In such a situation, as long as he used his ultimate move, Jafar would definitely be defeated. That's why Jafar couldn't surpass Sylph and Ka to become the strongest in the academy. Of course, the prerequisite is that your ultimate move must be able to shatter Jafar's protective beast phantoms and heavily injure him. Wu Yan's expression turned gloomy, but he quickly regained his composure. He stomped on the ground and leaped out of Jafar's attack range. Wu Yan spread his arms and shouted. In the next moment, bright blue and white lightning started flashing around his body. The scale of the flashing lightning is much greater than before. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan's body was completely covered in lightning. At the same time, in the clear and boundless sky, a violent wind suddenly blew. Dark clouds floated over from the distance and gathered in the sky above the square. Not long after, the entire sky above the square was covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed within the dark clouds. No way. Mikoto looked at the thunderclouds in the sky in shock. Her expression changed drastically. Is Yen going to use that move? The girls wanted to know which move Yen Mo is going to use, but the situation on the stage has already changed. The thunderclouds in the sky began to become denser and denser, but the area was slowly shrinking. Only when it had shrunk to the same size as the arena below did the thunderclouds stop shrinking. Countless lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, producing loud and clear sounds of thunder. At a certain moment, the thunderclouds suddenly began to churn like boiling water. All of the lightning was hidden within the thunderclouds. The sound of thunder disappeared, but it gave everyone a terrifying pressure. That little guy, what is he trying to do? At this moment, the Thunder King's heart was also a little uneasy. It was not that he was afraid, but if something went wrong and an accident happened, it would be terrible. Wu Yan made his move. His hand was slowly raised towards the sky. Then he suddenly swung it down. Lightning strike. As Wu Yan swung his hand, a bolt of lightning shot out from the dark clouds and struck Jafar. Boom! The crazily flashing lightning flashed across the entire square. Everyone closed their eyes at the same time. A huge shockwave spread out from the square, blowing away some of the lighter items. Everyone could only grab onto the heavy items around them to prevent themselves from being blown away. Everyone could faintly hear the sound of a beast roaring in pain as the lightning flashed in the arena. Then the roar slowly weakened. The gale gradually weakened. In the spectator stands, the spectators poked their heads out of their seats and looked into the arena with a frightened expression on their faces. When they saw the situation clearly, everyone looked at each other in dismay. The arena can no longer be called a stage. It's now a pile of rubble. Both Jafar and Wu Yan are lying on the ground. Yen, little Yen, Master, Oniai-chan. The group of young ladies on the tall platform were all shocked. The Thunder King, who was on the special tall platform, also looked at the arena in surprise. Then he stood up and flew down the platform, arriving beside the two of them. He reached out and checked their bodies. After a while, the Lightning King let out a sigh of relief. When the girls saw the Lightning King leave the stage, they all came down from the stage. Yen. Lulu pounced on Wu Yan. When she saw that Wu Yan was unconscious, she quickly asked the Lightning King, "Grandpa, what happened to him?" "Lass, don't worry. He's fine." The Lightning King didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just fainted because he suffered a mental shock. He'll be fine after some rest. The girls sighed in relief. Fei looked at the Lightning King in confusion. Mental shock? The Lightning King nodded. In the final attack, Jafar was defeated by the little guy. However, when the lightning struck, Jafar let out a beast roar. Due to his heavy injuries, the roar's power increased exponentially. The mental shock was also great. Naturally, he fainted. The Lightning King stood up after he finished speaking. For this match, I hereby announce. Chapter 403. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wu Yan's consciousness slowly returned to his head. When a sliver of consciousness returned, Wu Yan immediately recalled his battle with Jafar. He opened his eyes and sat up. When he sat up, he noticed that he wasn't in the plaza, he was in his own room in the villa, sleeping on his own bed. Wu Yan looked around blankly and knocked his head. He finally remembered that he fainted because of Jafar's scream during his battle with him. Wu Yan wanted to yell at him, but before he could open his mouth, a soft voice came from beside him. The tone of the voice was filled with pleasant surprise. "Master." Ikaro stood beside Wu Yan's bed and watched Wu Yan bounce up from his bed. Her face was expressionless, but her indigo eyes didn't conceal her joy. Ikaros. Wu Yan's heart, which had been ravaged by 10 million alpacas, became active when he saw the joy in Ikaros' eyes. Even the gloominess of being knocked out by Jafar's scream dissipated. "Master, are you all right?" Ikaros took 2 steps forward and crouched down. She said in a worried tone. What she didn't notice is that as she crouched down, more than half of her big breasts that couldn't be restrained by the uniform got exposed. A certain cleavage is so deep that Wu Yan almost jumped right into it. "I'm fine." Forcing a smile, he quickly averted his gaze. If he keeps looking at her like this, he's going to turn into a wolf. "Big brother. You're finally awake." The door was violently flung open. Before Wu Yan could react, a small figure rushed into the room with lightning speed. Halfway through, she jumped up and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Flan. Wu Yan quickly caught Flandre-chan in his arms. When Flandre-chan arrived, Chuju Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Astria, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku came in as well. Seeing that all the girls are here, Wu Yan flinched and asked in surprise. Why are you all here? Is there no need for the tournament? Hearing this, the girls couldn't help but roll their eyes at Wu Yan. Hinajika put her hands on her hips and said, What school tournament? It ended a long time ago. It's already over. Wu Yan was really surprised this time. How did it end so fast? Fast? Shokuho Misaki sat beside Wu Yan's bed and looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Do you know how long you've been sleeping? Wu Yan was stunned again when he heard Shokuho Misaki's words. Shokuho Misaki said, You've been sleeping for an entire day. Nanny! Wu Yan jumped up from the bed. An entire day? Are you sure it's an entire day? The girls nodded at the same time. Wu Yan choked on his breath and lowered his head in dejection. He didn't think that he would be so fragile. He slept for an entire day just because someone called him. Wu Yan sighed and looked at the girls. So, what's the result of the tournament? Who's the final champion? Wu Yan asked. Astria raised her head proudly and snorted proudly. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Astria won't be the final champion, right? Is that strange? Shokuho Misaki stretched her body. Her voluptuous body was on full display. Astria's level is already above all the other participants. She also has 2 powerful rare armaments. It won't be hard for her to become the champion. Wu Yan was speechless when he saw Shokuho Misaki's satisfied expression. That's true. But since Astria is the champion, you should be the one who benefits the most. Era, you can't say that. Shokuho Misaki giggled. Astria-chan is also a member of Starlight Queen. Now that she's the champion of the tournament, it's only natural that Starlight Queen would rise in status as well. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He said in a flustered tone, Where did you learn so many idioms? Wu Yan pondered for a moment. Then the new rankings are out, right? The girls looked at each other. Shokuho Misaki said. Yeah, they came out after the tournament ended. The top 3 are Astria, Sylph, and Mikoto. Ka is 4th, Jafar is 6th, Feifei and Chuju are 7th and 8th respectively. You can ignore the 10th place. Little Yan, you are 5th. 5th? Wu Yan was happy. He thought he would be ranked below Jafar after being yelled at. Wu Yan didn't expect them to take 4 of the top 10 spots in the Spalier World Academy. Astria is 1st, Mikoto is 3rd, himself is 5th, and Chuju is 8th. Of the 3 strongest students in the academy, only Sylph is in the top 3. I'm afraid Ka and Jafar are in a bad mood right now. Wu Yan chuckled inside. Ka may not be a bad guy, but he's infatuated with Ikaros. Wu Yan didn't feel too good about it. Jafar, on the other hand, Wu Yan isn't the type of person who would bury the hatchet with a single fight. It's fine if it's just a fight, but he ended up in a humiliating position. Wu Yan frowned and looked at Shokuho Misaki with a confused expression. What about the 9th place? You didn't say anything about the 9th place, right? Who's the 9th place? Shokuho Misaki giggled, and she turned away without saying anything. Wu Yan already knew who this 9th ranked person is. It looks like there aren't only 4 people in the top 10, there are 5 of them. All in all, Wu Yan isn't too disappointed with his ranking. Of course, that doesn't mean the others aren't disappointed as well. Not far away, Mikoto was kicking the chair under her feet, muttering something under her breath. It's hard to tell what she's muttering, but it's clear that she's upset. Sizing Mikoto up, he gave it some thought and he understood why Mikoto is acting like this. Sylph is ranked 2nd and Mikoto is ranked 3rd. It's obvious that Mikoto lost to Sylph during the inter-school tournament. Amused, he asked Mikoto, What's wrong? Are you that upset about losing to Sylph? Mikoto stopped and looked at Wu Yan with an annoyed expression. I didn't lose to Sylph. You didn't. Wu Yan shrugged, disbelief written all over his face. If Mikoto didn't lose to someone else in a fight, she wouldn't be acting like this. Sure enough, In the next moment Mikoto said firmly, "It was because she had a gold armament that I lost. I didn't lose to her, I lost to that gold armament." Wu Yan was speechless. On the other hand, Chuju nodded in agreement. That's true. If Sylph didn't have a gold armament, it's hard to say who would have won. That's right. Mikoto happily lifted her head and nodded. But at this time, Shokuho Misaki smiled and spoke. You still lost in the end. Mikoto's smile froze and she glared at Shokuho Misaki. I didn't lose. I said I lost to the armament. Era. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. Misaka-san, I didn't know you'd find excuses for your loss. Mikoto clenched her fists and resisted the urge to shoot Shokuho Misaki. She humphed coldly and turned her head away. Shokuho Misaki was bored. For Shokuho Misaki, teasing Mikoto is one of life's greatest joys. Chapter 404. Opening up the system, there was already a notification. His fight for ranking mission had already reached the top 10. Next, it was time to fight for the top 3. However, the top 3, Wu Yan glanced at Astria and then at Mikoto before lowering his head in dejection. These two girls, if he were to go up against them, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Astria's level is much higher than mine. She's even stronger than Jaffer. Plus, she's a melee angel. Her combat prowess is off the charts. She's one of the top 3 fighters in our group. I already had a hard time going up against Jaffer. I'm sure Astria will be a piece of cake if I go up against her. Mikoto's level is about the same as Jaffer's, but she's using her abilities. It's not wrong for her to say that she only lost to Sylph because of her gold armament. She can at least tie with Sylph without her gold armament. Jaffer, on the other hand, can't beat Sylph at all. Plus, a part of his strength is Mikoto's ability. Against Mikoto, the wielder of Uehara, Wu Yan doesn't think he can beat her with just the power of the electroshock user. If Mikoto can't beat her, then Sylph. It looks like the top 3 is out of the question for now. As for the Tower of Arena quest, Wu Yan is currently at the 6th floor. If he wants to challenge the floor master of the 6th floor, he can do so at any time. Unfortunately, this quest has no end in sight for the time being. Even Sylph, Ka, and Jaffer haven't cleared the 6th floor. This means that the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy is currently stuck on the 6th floor. Even if he goes up, he won't stand much of a chance. The 2 quests in Silveria World Institute won't make any progress in a short period of time. Unless I reach level 70. After the battle with Jaffer, Wu Yan noticed that he leveled up to level 69. One more level and Wu Yan will become a true tier 8 powerhouse. When that happens, Wu Yan, who can challenge those above him at tier 7, can challenge the 6th floor of the Tower of Arena. However, this one level might seem easy, but it's actually very far away. After all, tier and level are 2 completely different things. Wu Yan still remembers how long it took Mikoto to level up. If it wasn't for the help of the 20,000 sisters who fought in the Behemoth Forest, he wouldn't have reached level 69 even if he defeated Jaffer. That's why it's going to take a lot of effort to level up. Should I make another plan? The girls in the room noticed Wu Yan's silence. They all turned to look at Wu Yan. What are you thinking about? Shokuho Misaki was the closest to Wu Yan, so she was the first to notice Wu Yan's contemplative expression. Wu Yan's expression told her that Wu Yan has something to announce. Looking at the girls, Wu Yan made up his mind and he told the girls, I am thinking, maybe we should head to the next dungeon world. The girls looked at Wu Yan. Chuju came to Wu Yan's side and asked, Why do you want to go to a dungeon all of a sudden? Wu Yan shrugged and helplessly continued. You guys know that I have 2 missions in the academy, right? Currently, these 2 missions are within the scope of my abilities. I can't do anything more than that with my current strength. Super, is that so? Kinuhata Sai tilted her head and looked at Astria. If you super make Astria surrender, wouldn't you be able to super complete the fight for ranking mission? If only it was that easy. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and continued in an annoyed manner. The problem is that the system doesn't recognize it. If there isn't a huge disparity in strength, then that's fine. The system can still determine if the user is competent enough, so it will recognize it. However, between me and Astria, honestly, Don't you think there isn't a huge disparity in strength between us? The girls laughed dryly when they heard Wu Yan's words. They agreed that Wu Yan and Astria's strength was too far apart. So, you want to enter a dungeon, and use the time difference between the dungeon and the spalier world to level up? Shokuho Misaki asked in realization. This is one of the reasons why I can earn some points. I can exchange them for abilities or armaments to increase my strength. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Wu Yan smiled mysteriously. He extended his hand and a beautiful crystal appeared in his hand. The girls stared at it in awe. Mysterious crystal? Chuju asked hesitantly. Isn't that the mysterious crystal he got from Butler Whirlwind? Under the watchful eyes of the girls, Wu Yan nodded and he raised the crystal above his head. When I was in the magic catalog world, I obtained 2 special items, Control Brain and Dark Matter Crystal. According to the system, these 2 special items are used to unlock the mysterious crystal. Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes and said thoughtfully, So, you're saying you're going to the dungeon to unlock the mysterious crystal? That's right. Wu Yan smiled. I've asked the system. There's a total of 5 special items needed to unlock the mysterious crystal. These 5 special items aren't fixed. As long as they're related to the unsealing of the mysterious crystal, then it'll be enough. The Control Brain and the Dark Matter Crystal are 2 of the 5 special items needed to unlock the mysterious crystal. As for the remaining 3, I'm not very clear about their specific qualities for the time being, but I do have a clue about one of them. So you're saying? Chuju wrinkled her nose and looked at Wu Yan. The dungeon you're going to is the one with the unlocked items? Wu Yan nodded. The girls fell silent. Shokuho Misaki rested her chin on her hand and muttered to herself. Little Yan, I'm afraid I can't go with you this time. Wu Yan was stunned. He looked at Shokuho Misaki and asked. Why? Shokuho Misaki shook her head regretfully. It's because Astria became the champion and Starlight Queen became the target of public criticism. There are a lot of things to deal with, and the 5 of us won't be able to leave for the time being. Since you're going to the dungeon, you'll have to stay for at least a month or 2. That's about a day here. If I'm not at HQ for an entire day, something will go wrong. Shokuho Misaki clasped her hands and apologized. I'm sorry, little Yan. Astria, Ai-chan, Frenda, Takitsubu and I won't be able to go with you this time. I'm not going either. Mikoto clenched her fists and said angrily. I still want to get my revenge on Sylph. I won't rest until I defeat her. Oni-chan, Flan can't go either. Flandra-chan stuck her tongue out. If Flan isn't here, Liline-chan will be lonely. Since everyone else isn't going, then I'll pass as well. Even if you stay there for a year, it'll only be 3 or 4 days here. Chuju waved her hand with a smile. Wu Yan's mouth was wide open as he looked at the girls who refused to go with him. He didn't expect this to happen. He slowly turned around and looked at Ikaros. Before Wu Yan could say anything, Chuju and Mikoto pulled Ikaros away and said in unison. If you take Ikaros away, who's going to cook for us? Wu Yan almost couldn't catch his breath. Shokuho Misaki shook her head and stuffed a space ring into Wu Yan's arms. She blinked her eyes cutely. Looks like you'll have to go to the dungeon by yourself. Inside the space ring are some magic crystals and other items that we sisters collected in the Behemoth Forest. I'll give them to you as a parting gift. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 405. Shokuho Misaki's parting gift was given to him by Shokuho Misaki. Wu Yan took a look at his character status and let out a long sigh. He clearly had 9 girls by his side, but in the end, he was reduced to a situation where he had to challenge the dungeon alone. Was there anything sadder than this in the world? If you guys don't want to go, then so be it. I will go alone. After he said that, he turned around and ignored the girls in the room. Seeing Wu Yan throwing a tantrum, the girls couldn't help but giggle. Wu Yan is pretty cute when he's throwing a tantrum. Of course, they can only say this in their hearts. If Wu Yan finds out that they called him cute, he's going to be in big trouble. With his personality, he's going to use his actions to prove that he's not cute, and he's going to drag them down with him. Wu Yan opened up the dungeon tab. His wine-red eyes scanned the screen. Not long after, his gaze stopped on one of the dungeon names. Date Battle. This is Wu Yan's goal. In fact, using such a world to level up was very unwise. Although there were many powerful sprites in the world of Date Battle, there were no less than 5 or 6 of them. However, there were only a few sprites that could be used to level up, and then there was nothing else. Even if he farmed all of them, it's hard to say whether or not he could reach level 70. Plus, the elves in Date Battle are all ridiculously strong. Conservatively speaking, they're all at Astria's level. Even if he wanted to farm them, would he be able to do it? That's why he chose Date Battle. His main goal isn't to level up, it's to unlock the mysterious crystal's special item. According to the system, one of the items needed to unlock the mysterious crystal must contain spatial properties. In the Date Battle world, the item that appears the most is the Spacequake. And after asking the system, the answer given by the system was that it was possible. As for the matter of leveling up, 100 days in the other world was only 1 day in this world. Once he obtained the item to unlock the mysterious crystal, he would choose another world to level up. However, he needs to bleed a little bit. Beep. The Date Battle world is inactive. Beep. Please activate the Date Battle world. Activation cost: 200,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Do you wish to activate? 200,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points? Wu Yan's lips twitched as he clicked on the activation button. Then he clicked on the activation button with an expressionless face. Beep. 200,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points have been deducted. Date Battle world activated. Ding. Date Battle world successfully activated. Character: Wu Yan. Ability: True Ancestor Bloodline, Infinite Martial Arts Electromaster, LV5. Equipment: Kaibao of Wang D. Rank Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajiku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra? Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki Kanuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sisters 20,000 equipment points, 120000 item points, 800000 ability points, 120000 summoning points, 180000 level, 69. After deducting 100,000 points from each of the 4 types of points, the Date Battle column lit up. Looking at the Date Battle column, Wu Yan's pained expression slowly eased up. Glancing at the girls in the room, Wu Yan waved his hand. Well then, I'm leaving. Wu Yan clicked on the Date Battle section. After a flash of light, Wu Yan disappeared from the spot. The girls looked at the spot where Wu Yan was standing. Suddenly, Shokuho Misaki seemed to have thought of something and she screamed in shock. Not good. The sudden scream startled the girls, and when they recovered, Mikoto immediately pointed at Shokuho Misaki in dissatisfaction. Why are you screaming all of a sudden? If it was any other time, Shokuho Misaki would have retaliated. But this time, Shokuho Misaki had no intention of doing so. Instead, she stood up from her bed. Biting her lips, Shokuho Misaki said regretfully, I should have known. If I knew, I would have followed him even if he disbanded Starlight Queen. The girls looked at each other in confusion. Why did Shokuho Misaki suddenly go back on her words? Shokuho Misaki glanced at them and said, What do you guys think if Xiao Yan brings a girl back? Hearing this, all the women froze in place. After a while, Astria smiled awkwardly and raised her hand weakly. I don't think so. Everyone turned to look at Astria. Astria shrunk her head and kept quiet. Mikoto narrowed her eyes. A dangerous glint flashed in her brown pupils. If Yen brings a girl back, I won't let him get away with it. The girls nodded in unison. Their faces were filled with determination. Only Shokuho Misaki sighed faintly and said with a hint of bitterness, Are you really willing to do this? Of course. All of the girls said the same thing, but their voices were extremely weak. Shokuho Misaki coldly snorted and touched her cheeks. Looks like I have to take some measures. Dungeon. Date Battle Dungeon Mission Collect. Mission 1. Materialize all the dimensional quakes in the world and collect them. Current progress, 0. 10 mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 50,000 each. Mission 2. Yet to be activated. Mission 3. Yet to be activated. Beep. User, you will only be able to leave this instance dungeon after completing all the quests in this instance dungeon. When Quest 1 is completed, Quest 2 will be activated. When Quest 2 is completed, Quest 3 will be activated. When Quest 3 is completed, user will be able to leave this instance dungeon. Reminder, the time ratio between the real world and the real world is 100. 1. User can train in this dungeon without worry. Have a good time. When Wu Yan recovered from the dizziness caused by the teleportation, the mission notification rang in his ears. Wu Yan felt refreshed. His purpose for coming to this world was to collect spaceships. Unexpectedly, the quest for this instance dungeon had always been this one. This was just right. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he jumped in fright. There's nothing in front of him, it's just pitch black. At this moment, the system notification rang out once more. Beep. Detected dimensional quakes in user's surroundings. Beep. User has entered the effective range of dimensional quakes. Do you wish to materialize dimensional quakes? Hearing the two system notifications, Wu Yan was stunned. Could it be that this blackness was the space quake? Am I inside a dimensional quakes? When the thought appeared in Wu Yan's mind, the surrounding space suddenly shook. A powerful storm swept through the dark space. In the blink of an eye, the storm filled the entire space. Like a shockwave, the storm surged towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan's face sank. He only had time to raise both his hands to protect himself. The black storm arrived. It wasn't until a ray of light appeared in front of him that he realized he's high up in the sky. Chapter 406. Spacequake is a large-scale vibration phenomenon with unknown causes. As its name suggests, spacequake refers to the vibration of the space itself. The frequency of the vibration is enough to destroy everything in the space. This is spacequake. 30 years ago, the spacequake phenomenon appeared in this world without any warning and caused great destruction. It was a disaster for the people of this world, as it destroyed everything in its surroundings. Originally, since the space tremor phenomenon occurred 30 years ago, it had not appeared in the following 25 years. However, 5 years ago, with Tiangong City as the beginning, the space tremor phenomenon appeared again. And it is very frequent. Today, the spacequake phenomenon appeared once again. In a quiet town, people lived the same life day after day, year after year. The streets were filled with cars and pedestrians. Although it was noisy, it showed a strong sense of vitality, until, woo 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 woo. An ear-piercing alarm rang out from an unknown place, ringing throughout the entire street. Wherever the sound passed, whether it was pedestrians or cars, they all stopped their activities and looked up at the sky with a look of horror. After the siren sounded for a while, a voice suddenly sounded. The premonition of spacequake has been detected in this area. Please go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. This is not a training. This is not a training. This is a real alarm. Please go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. Please go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. I repeat. As the alarm continued to sound, the pedestrians in the surrounding area ran to some specific places. Some drivers also parked their cars in the surrounding area and ran to those specific places. The lights, signs, and other signs on the streets had disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by the word spacequake warning, which kept flashing on the signs. Then, on some street parking lots, the parking areas suddenly sank and were protected by some thick steel walls. The pedestrians all ran into some underground driveways, underground tracks, and so on. The steel walls also spread out from the side, protecting these areas tightly. Then these areas all sank into the ground. Some of the pedestrians who had yet to enter the shelter were heading to specific locations in an orderly manner. The buildings by the roadside had changed greatly due to the sinking of some important areas, but they ignored it and moved very efficiently. It was obvious that they were used to this kind of operation. It was unknown whether it was because of the frequent occurrence of spacequakes or because they had a special rehearsal. Perhaps it was a combination of both. It wasn't until all the residents in the vicinity had entered the shelter, and some of the important areas were protected, that the sirens finally stopped. What followed was a desolate town and a chilling silence. Until a certain moment, a black light spot appeared at the center of the town, and quickly spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it has spread to the point that it is bigger than a football field. Wherever the huge black light ball went, no matter if it was the buildings, the streets, or the ground, everything was inevitably turned into ruins. The ground directly exposed the rock plate, and a deep hole was blasted open. After an unknown amount of time, the black light ball slowly stopped and turned into a black filter and disappeared. If it was not for the collapsed buildings and the deep hole in the ground, I am afraid that everything that happened just now would be considered a dream. In the center of the deep hole, a figure wearing a white and gold robe that's similar to a noble's uniform quietly stood there. Slowly opening her eyes, a pair of wine-red, gem-like eyes appeared in her eyes. She looked as if she just woke up from a dream and raised her head. Gorgeous clothes and a pair of beautiful red gem-like eyes. Even if the newcomer's face is the type that needs to be looked at carefully to see the beauty, she is still very elegant and graceful. However, in the next moment, she made a move that completely broke this elegant temperament. Under the influence of the wine-red eyes, the charming face directly collapsed. She raised a hand and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Then, a curse came out from her mouth. F***ck. Must you trick me like this every time? This is not without reason. Wu Yan has entered a total of 3 dungeons. In these 3 dungeons, other than the Whirlwind the Butler world where he entered the Magic Catalog world, because of the character setting, he became a scumbag who molests innocent women. This time, because of the lesson from last time, Wu Yan did not use the character insertion card. Instead, he directly fell from the sky together with the spacequake. Is there anything worse than this? Of course there is. System, didn't the spacequake materialize? Why did it still happen? User, you did not materialize the spacequake. Didn't I say confirm in my mind? User, a reminder. You only said confirm in your mind. You did not say freeze in your mind. Fine, I was wrong. Reminder, user. When you want to materialize the spacequake, please say confirm and freeze in your mind. Why do I feel like hitting someone? At this time, a few stars suddenly lit up in the distant sky. It attracted Wu Yan's attention. He looked up and saw 5 girls in mechs carrying various mechanical weapons. With the support of a flamethrower, they were flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. Wu Yan was a little surprised. Land Self-Defense Force versus Elf Squad AST. That's right. The 5 girls flying towards Wu Yan were the Land Self-Defense Force versus Elf Squad AST. As the name suggests, this is a squad that specializes in dealing with and killing elves. The girl in the lead had short white hair that reached her shoulders. Her face was expressionless like a doll's. A pair of blue eyes stared straight at Wu Yan, as if she was staring at a mortal enemy. Kite origami. Wu Yan frowned when he saw the appearance of the girl who hated the elves in the original work and the mech armor they are wearing. He bitterly chuckled to himself. They can't be thinking of themselves as elves, right? The truth was just as Wu Yan guessed. With the arrival of the spacequake, who else could it be other than elves? Although the AST had equipment to detect elves, no one would deliberately check for elves on Wu Yan at this moment. Only elves could come with the arrival of the spacequake. This idea was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the AST. The 5 AST members, including Kite Origami, were stunned when they saw that the elf beneath them was a man. A trace of doubt flashed across their eyes. As far as they know, the elves that have appeared in the past were all female. Why is there a male now? Of course, this thought only lasted for a moment before it was thrown to the back of their minds. Just because they haven't seen elves before doesn't mean they don't exist. Their mission is to kill elves, not female elves. Therefore, when they approached again, the 5 girls raised their weapons at the same time. In the next moment, countless cannonballs were fired from their weapons and bombarded Wu Yan. The wine-red pupils of Wu Yan's eyes were fixed. A bluish-white electric current flashed across his forehead and flew out, colliding with the incoming cannonballs. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, there was a sudden explosion of fire. Chapter 407. The flames lit up the entire sky, illuminating the cold faces of the 5 AST members. With 5 sonic booms, the 5 AST members directly passed through the dense flames. The flamethrowers on their backs blew away the flames as they charged straight at Zhang Heng. Then the missiles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot out once again. Raising his eyebrows, Wu Yan looked at the missiles flying in the sky and the 5 expressionless girls behind them. He sighed and slowly raised his head. Although he really wanted to explain to them that he was not an elf, under such circumstances, he could guess that even if he did, the 5 members of AST would most likely not listen to him. It was more likely that they would act first and report later. Especially since among the 5, there's also Origami Kite who hates elves because her parents died under the power of elves. I can only fight first. Countless crimson spatial ripples spread out from Wu Yan's back. The scale is even wider than the missiles that blotted out the line of sight. Like countless stones thrown into the water, the ripples reverberated in the space. Black swords comparable in number to the missiles stretched out and pointed towards the sky. In the next moment, the whistling sound of missiles flying through the air was accompanied by the sound of explosions. The iron sand swords cut through the air, as if they had been carefully calculated. Each of the iron sand swords pierced the warhead of the missile without the slightest mistake, cutting the missile that had yet to explode in half. Then the iron sand swords whizzed through the exploding missile and shot towards the girls of AST. Seemingly aware that their missiles are useless against elves, the 5 girls didn't change their expressions. The flamethrowers on their backs sped up and dodged in all directions. Then they continued to charge towards Wu Yan. However, the iron sand swords aren't those missiles that can only travel in a straight line. The countless iron sand swords are the product of Wu Yan's ability. A bolt of lightning flashed from Wu Yan's hand. Along with the sound of electricity, the iron sand swords trembled and reversed in the air. Then they shot towards the girls who were charging towards Wu Yan. This time, the expressions of the 5 AST members finally changed a little. Even Kitsune Origami showed an expression of gritting her teeth. The iron sand sword shot backwards. The AST members could only helplessly stop their charging bodies and quickly dodge to the side. All of this was within Wu Yan's expectations. So he showed a victorious smile. However, the next moment, the smile froze. Unlike the other AST members, Origami Kite only glanced at the iron sand swords behind her. Then, as if she didn't see them, she turned her head and stared at Wu Yan's face. The flamethrowers on her back sped up and flew towards Wu Yan's position. Wu Yan was shocked. He quickly withdrew the iron sand swords that were about to hit Origami Kite. At this time, Origami Kite had already arrived in front of Wu Yan. Floating in midair, she immediately raised the heavy cannon in her hand and aimed it at Wu Yan's face. Then a laser beam shot out from it. The distance between the laser beam and Wu Yan is just a hair's breadth away from zero. With such a distance and the speed of the laser beam, it's impossible to dodge. However, that's not the case. With infinite arms refinement, Wu Yan's combat skills can only be described as terrifying. Under this close to zero distance laser beam, Wu Yan tilted his head to the side in a very small way. The laser beam grazed Wu Yan's ear and shoulder and shot behind him. The burning sensation rose from Wu Yan's ear and shoulder. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. Origami Kite did the same thing as Wu Yan. Origami Kite suddenly reached behind her and pulled out a light blue lightsaber from who knows where. She held the laser beam while waving the lightsaber and fiercely slashed at Wu Yan's head. However, when the lightsaber was halfway through, a hand reached out from under Origami Kite and grabbed her lightsaber hand. Origami Kite's slash was neutralized. When Origami Kite finally reacted, the laser beam was already shot out. Only the heavy cannon was left in front of Wu Yan, and was fiercely grabbed by Wu Yan. Holding the laser cannon in one hand and Tabichi Origami's hand in the other, His wine-red eyes looked at the cold face in front of him, and he cursed in his heart. This origami kite really hates the elves to the bone. She actually desperately rushed in front of him to shoot at him. No wonder every time he faced the elves in the original work, she was the craziest one. Wu Yan also tasted something new. If it weren't for the fact that the infinite martial arts was simply superior in terms of skill, he would probably have to obediently take a shot from that round of attack just now. While Wu Yan was rejoicing in his heart, Origami Kite in front of him moved her body vigorously, trying to break free from Wu Yan's control. However, the other party's two hands were even stronger than a vice. Origami Kite could not move at all. At that moment, she actually used her head to hit Wu Yan. This crazy woman. With Wu Yan's true ancestor body, if Origami Kite really hit Wu Yan's head, she would definitely end up with a bloody head. At that moment, Wu Yan could only let go of Origami Kite's hand and retreat. Of course, Wu Yan wanted to let her go, but she did not want to let Wu Yan go. Origami Kite threw the laser cannon in her hand away. She held the light sword and charged at Wu Yan. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yan wished he could teach Origami Kite a good lesson. He had never fought such an aggrieved battle like today. He was merciful to his opponent, but his opponent beat him to death. If it weren't for Origami Kite having a deep reason to fight so hard, then even if she was a cute girl, Wu Yan would still beat her. But the next moment, Wu Yan could no longer have such thoughts. Ha! Origami Kite shouted coldly and rushed straight to Wu Yan. The light sword in her hand waved at Wu Yan with a violent frequency. In an instant, countless sword shadows cut through the air and slashed at Wu Yan. It can't be. Wu Yan was shocked. His wine-red pupils suddenly condensed. He did not dare to be careless anymore. With a hook of his finger, an iron sand sword shot down from the air and into Wu Yan's hand. With a stab, the iron sand sword stabbed one of the sword shadows. Suddenly, the countless sword shadows disappeared with Wu Yan's stab. The light sword in Origami Kite's hand was blocked by the iron sand sword. Origami Kite pulled back the light sword. Her body spun rapidly. The light sword in her hand was danced by Origami Kite into a sword wheel and slammed into the iron sand sword. Almost as soon as they collided, the iron sand sword broke with a kacha sound. Holding the remaining half of the iron sand sword, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He couldn't stay calm anymore. This Origami Kite was just an ordinary person. How could her combat power be so heaven-defying? At this time, Wu Yan remembered that in the original work, Origami Kite was in existence that could fight hand-to-hand with the elf knight sword god Toka. Although a large part of Origami Kite's combat power was supported by the equipment provided by the AST, this could not hide Origami Kite's terrifying close combat ability. An ordinary person could actually fight against an elf. Even if she relied on equipment, it was enough to cause a storm in Wu Yan's heart. Sure enough, there was no girl in the 2D world who could not defy the heavens. Looking at the charging Origami Kite, Wu Yan looked up to the sky and sighed. There was no other way. If he held back, he would really be defeated. A pair of wine-red pupils turned, and a golden light flashed. Suddenly, the moment Wu Yan was about to use his strength, the ground under Wu Yan's feet opened up. Wu Yan, who could not react in time, was directly swallowed in. Then it returned to its original state. Wu Yan only had time to say F***ck before falling in. Chapter 408. On top of the ruins, Origami stared blankly at the ground where Wu Yan was supposed to be standing. She only reacted when the ground returned to normal. Don't even think about running away. She didn't know what happened, but it was a fact that the elf disappeared in front of her. Origami bit her lips and raised her lightsaber to smash the ground. But when the ground broke open, it wasn't the cave where the elf was taken away but a thick layer of steel plate. How did this happen? Origami was stunned. Could it be that someone deliberately saved the elf? Damn it. Origami raised her lightsaber again and slashed at the steel plate. But this time, it didn't even leave a scratch. Koichi Origami was not willing to give up. He waved his lightsaber again and again, trying to break the steel plate in front of him and kill the elf. For a moment, There was a continuous sound of swords clashing in the desolate ruins. What happened? At this time, the other 4 members of AST flew over and stopped in front of Origami. They couldn't find a chance to intervene at all. After Wu Yan disappeared, they still didn't know what happened. Her comrade's arrival calmed her down. She was originally a girl with no morals. If it wasn't for the fact that her opponent was an elf, she wouldn't have lost her composure. She glanced at the steel plate on the ground and said expressionlessly, "The target escaped." After that, Yoichi Origami no longer spoke. The other girls also knew Yoichi Origami's personality, so they didn't ask any more questions. Of course, the cause and effect were more or less guessed by them. The 4 AST girls looked at each other and flew into the sky together, raising the heavy cannons in their hands. Seeing this scene, Tobi Origami also left the place immediately. Then countless cannonballs fell from the sky and landed on the steel plate. Under the ground, Wu Yan, who was caught off guard, used fine iron particles to wrap around his body. He stabilized himself and floated in the air. He looked up and saw that the space above him was completely covered by a thick layer of steel plate. Wu Yan could faintly hear an explosion coming from above the steel plate. He knew that it was either Origami or AST attacking the ground. He stayed silent for a while until he confirmed that AST couldn't break through the steel plate. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Although he's not happy about being tricked by such a retarded trap, he has to admit that this trap came at the right time. At least it solved his immediate problem. If it wasn't for this trap, he would have to take down Tabichi Origami first. That's not a big deal. The scary thing is that if he was the one being taken down, he would be in big trouble. Wu Yan doesn't think that Tabichi Origami would let him go. Don't think that Wu Yan was joking. He understood that with Origami's ability and AST's equipment, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage against a rank 8 powerhouse. Wu Yan is only level 69. His true strength is around rank 8. If he's not careful, Origami might succeed. Although he's a primogenitor, so he won't die. He tilted his body downwards and his lips started twitching when he saw the bottomless pit. Who has a grudge against me? Who is the one who tricked me in the name of saving me? Such a deep pit. Is it to save me from the sea of bitterness? Or is it to directly throw me to my death? After cursing in his heart, Wu Yan sighed. No matter what, he fell into this pit on purpose. Since the other party helped him block AST's attack, it shouldn't be an enemy. Let's go down and take a look. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes stared at the space below. He swooped down and flew down. The more he flew down, the more Wu Yan was sure that the guy who made the pit was trying to kill him. He's been flying for about 10 minutes, and there's still no bottom. Wu Yan started getting impatient as he looked at the monotonous rock trays. After 20 minutes, the ground finally appeared in front of him. However, Wu Yan didn't feel happy at all. Because there's a person there. A man with blonde hair and brown eyes who looked like a handsome Western man. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw this person. Information about this person instantly appeared in his mind. Kanazuki Kyuhei, Ratatosker's deputy commander. Ratatosker is an organization similar to AST. The reason why they are similar is because Ratatosker and AST are specialized in dealing with elves. The only difference is that AST advocates killing elves while Ratatosker advocates rescuing elves. The person in front of Wu Yan is Ratatosker's deputy commander. He's a person who left a deep impression on Wu Yan. Of course, there are 2 reasons why he left a deep impression on Wu Yan. First, Ratatosker's deputy commander is Kanazuki Kyuhei. The commander is Itsuka Kotori, one of the main female characters in the original novel. Second, Kanazuki Kyuhei is a masochist. On the other hand, Kanazuki Kyuhei didn't know that Wu Yan already knew everything about him. He looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression on his face. If one were to look at him from the surface, one wouldn't be able to tell that this handsome man with Western features is a masochist. After a while, Wu Yan landed in front of Kanazuki Kyuhei. He stared at him with his red eyes. Kanazuki Kyuhei felt pressured. Kanazuki Kyuhei took a deep breath and bowed to Wu Yan. Nice to meet you. I am Kanazuki Kyuhei, Ratatosker's deputy commander. Wu Yan smiled faintly. Of course he knows about this. This isn't what he really cares about. So, You were the one who stopped those who wanted to kill me? Yes. Why? Kanazuki Kyuhei stood up and looked at Wu Yan. Our commander wants to see you. Itsuka Kotori wants to see me? Wu Yan flinched for a bit, then he understood what happened. Ratatasker's goal was to save all fairies. He came to this world along with the spacequake, so there was no way Ratatasker didn't notice him. However, Itsuka Kotori should know how powerful the elves are, and they don't have a good relationship with the humans. Why would she send someone to bring me to her in the first place? Isn't she afraid that I'll kill this masochist? Or does Itsuka Kotori already know that I'm not a fairy? With that in mind, Wu Yan tilted his head and said, If that's the case, lead the way. Kanazuki Kyuhei froze and looked at Wu Yan in shock. He thought it would take a lot of effort to bring this powerful guy to Ratatasker's headquarters. He didn't expect Wu Yan to be so straightforward. However, it's still a good thing that he achieved his goal. Kanazuki Kyuhei smiled. Well then, please follow me. Just as Kanazuki Kyuhei was about to lead the way, Wu Yan suddenly spoke. Oh right. Under Kanazuki Kyuhei's confused gaze, Wu Yan walked up to him and threw a punch at his face. Ah! Kanazuki Kyuhei screamed in pain and was sent flying. Wu Yan blew on his fist and walked forward. This is what you get for tricking me. Chapter 409. Above Heavenly Palace City, 15,000 meters away. This is an endless stretch of sky. There's not a single cloud in sight. Birds don't pass by here either. The only thing here is strong enough to blow a person away. However, when the wind blows past a certain area, it will strangely split into two and can't go any further. It's as if there's a wall in front of them that's blocking their path. That's exactly what happened. In a place that can't be seen with the naked eye, there's a huge airship floating in the air. It's like a flying fortress, guarding it without anyone noticing. Fraxinus was the name of this airship. It could also be called the headquarters of Ratatasker. Under Kanazuki Kyuhei's lead, Wu Yan boarded the airship. He followed Kanazuki Kyuhei to the command room. The commander of Ratatasker, Itsuka Kotori, is waiting for him. Looking around the interior of Fraxinus, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. In this world, technology has developed to a certain degree. Whether it's the existence of Fraxinus or the powerful equipment in AST, it's clear that this is the case. In terms of technological power, the world of Date Battle was definitely not inferior to the Academy City of the Magic Catalog world. It's just that in this world, all of the technology was developed for the elves. In some aspects compared to Academy City, this world was still lacking. However, in terms of using technology to increase one's strength, this world was undoubtedly more advanced, at least in terms of the elves. After passing through a series of automatic doors, another one opened and a spacious command room appeared in front of Wu Yan. On the opposite side, there was a screen that was even bigger than a movie screen. Under the screen, there were 2 rows of seats. Above the seats, there was also a screen that was about the size of a television. Directly opposite the screen, there was a high platform. That high platform was the commander's station. When Wu Yan saw the command center, Wu Yan stopped and looked at it. There's a petite figure sitting there. Her long red hair was tied into 2 ponytails with black ribbons. The black ribbons stood on top of the ponytails, looking like 2 long ears. It was very likable. And under the hair was a cute and delicate little face. She's wearing a school uniform. It's probably Ratatasker's uniform. She's wearing a red jacket with black stripes. It makes her petite figure look even more majestic. Itsuka Kotori, the younger sister of the original main character. She's the commander of Ratatasker. She's also an elf. Of course, no one knows Itsuka Kotori's identity as an elf. Maybe Kamazuki Kyuhei and Murasame Rain know. But Wu Yan isn't stupid enough to say it out loud. Beside Itsuka Kotori, there was a woman with a silver ponytail and a tattered teddy bear in her chest pocket. She had dark circles under her eyes and looked like she was about to die. She was the analyst of Ratatasker, Murasame Rain. At the head of the table, Kotori propped up her chin with one hand while holding a lollipop in the other. She stared at Wu Yan with her red eyes that were as red as her hair. Then she laughed. Welcome to Ratatosker. After that, Itsuka Kotori stopped talking. She frowned and looked at Kamizuki Kyuhei in confusion. By the way, what happened to your face? Kanazuki Kyuhei smiled embarrassedly and put down his hand that had been covering his face. His handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head, which made Kotori and Murasame Rain couldn't help but laugh. Kamizuki Kyuhei laughed awkwardly and quickly put up a serious face. He raised his fist and coughed. His swollen face made him look even more hilarious. The person who caused all this is standing there with an innocent look on his face. It's like he has nothing to do with this. Kamizuki Kyuhei gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that he's too weak, he would have pounced on him. In Kamizuki Kyuhei's mind, the only person who can bully him is the commander. Itsuka Kotori sucked on the lollipop in her hand and ignored Kamizuki Kyuhei. Kamizuki Kyuhei's face was covered in tears. Kotori's expression turned serious. She rolled her eyes and she asked in a soft voice, You're not a fairy, are you? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and shrugged. I don't think I said I was an elf. Itsuka Kotori turned around and looked at the screen. Wu Yan descended from the sky with Spacequake and destroyed everything around him. If you're not an elf, then why did you descend with Spacequake? Kanazuki Kyuhei and Rain Murasame stared at Wu Yan while Itsuka Kotori stared at the screen. The command room fell into a deafening silence. After a while, the screen stopped and Itsuka Kotori looked at Wu Yan. It's obvious that she wants Wu Yan to answer her question. Wu Yan chuckled and looked at Itsuka Kotori. Why can't I descend with Spacequake if I'm not an elf? Wu Yan asked. Itsuka Kotori, Kanazuki Kyuhei, and Murasame Rain were stunned. Wu Yan looked at Itsuka Kotori and he continued. Even without the Spacequake, the elves can still descend. As members of the elven faction, I'm sure you guys are aware of this. It's not strange for non-elves to descend along with the Spacequake. It's not strange? Of course not. Itsuka Kotori and the others screamed in their hearts, but they didn't refute him. Itsuka Kotori straightened her back. Alright, if you're not an elf, then what are you? Are you a human? I've never heard of a human descending with Spacequake. Wu Yan smiled bitterly at Itsuka Kotori's words. Humans, in the past they were. But now, they are no longer. Itsuka Kotori's body trembled and her expression changed. She looked at Wu Yan with her red eyes and said with a trembling voice. Well, what do you mean? Kamizuki Kyuhei and Rain Murasame were shocked by Itsuka Kotori's reaction. They've never seen Itsuka Kotori like this before. Wu Yan was silent. He knew why Itsuka Kotori was acting like this. Itsuka Kotori was just like him. She started as a human, but 5 years ago, Itsuka Kotori received some kind of power and became an elf. Maybe his words resonated with Itsuka Kotori. Wu Yan sighed and said with a smile. In order to obtain some power, so Itsuka Kotori looked at Wu Yan with a complicated expression. After a while, she took a deep breath and recovered. She said to Wu Yan, You said you're not a human and you're not an elf. Then what are you? What am I? Wu Yan shrugged and pretended to ponder. I guess I'm a vampire. Vampire. Itsuka Kotori, Kamizuki Kyuhei, and Rain Murasame looked at each other and laughed. They thought Wu Yan was talking nonsense. Wu Yan smiled casually. He told them the truth. Chapter 410. Sometimes people will doubt a lie, but they won't believe the truth. This is the perfect example. If a true ancestor wasn't a vampire, then no vampire would be qualified to be called a vampire. Well, that's because the true ancestor was a vampire. Wu Yan didn't lie, but they just didn't believe him. Vampire. Kotori looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression and said mercilessly, Are you an idiot? If you want an excuse, at least come up with a better one. Vampires don't exist in this world. Wu Yan crossed his arms and shook his head with a chuckle. So you're saying that elves do exist in this world? Kotori was rendered speechless by Wu Yan. She pursed her lips and retorted. But elves do exist in our world. Do you have any proof that you're a vampire? Itsuka Kotori chuckled to herself and put the pearl into her mouth. She mumbled, How is that possible? If there was, the werewolves would have been executed long ago. Wu Yan lowered his head and fell silent. Itsuka Kotori isn't going to let Wu Yan off the hook so easily. She mocked him again. Say, did you get hit in the head by Spacequake because you're not a spirit but you came here together with Spacequake? Don't worry, even though Ratatosker is an elven organization, we will still lend a helping hand to those who are in trouble. Do you need me to contact a mental hospital for you? Her words were really vicious. As expected of Itsuka Kotori, who was in commander mode. Her vicious tongue was on full display. Speaking of which, I have to mention that Itsuka Kotori has two personalities. One of them is the cold and vicious commander mode, while the other is the naive and cheerful sister mode. The two personalities are worlds apart. When Kotori wore a black ribbon, she would be in commander mode. When she wore a white ribbon, she would be a cute little girl. She would be in little sister mode. Now Itsuka Kotori is wearing a black ribbon on her head. She's in her commander mode with her venomous tongue. Just look at how venomous Itsuka Kotori can be when she's in this mode. She didn't hesitate to taunt Wu Yan when they first met. Kyuhei and Rain Murasame seemed to be used to Kotori's vicious tongue, so they didn't say anything. Kotori, on the other hand, had a bad feeling after mocking Wu Yan. Wu Yan started walking towards Itsuka Kotori on the command deck. Itsuka Kotori flinched, and she wrinkled her nose. What are you doing? Didn't you want to see the evidence? Wu Yan raised his head, and he flashed a radiant smile at Kotori. His words sent chills down Kotori's spine. Let me suck your blood and you'll know. Blood. Blood. Itsuka Kotori shrunk her head subconsciously, but she quickly realized she was showing weakness, so she quickly straightened her back. Sure. I want to see if the so-called vampires really exist. Is that so? Wu Yan giggled, and he jumped onto the command platform before Kanazuki Kyuhei and Murasame Rain could react. Kotori jumped in fright. Then I won't hold back. As soon as he said that, Itsuka Kotori felt her hair stand on end. She was completely dumbfounded. Wu Yan slowly opened his mouth and revealed two sharp fangs. Speaking of which, this is the first time Wu Yan bared his fangs. He didn't think that the first time he bared his fangs would be under such circumstances. But it's not a big deal. The first time he sucked his own blood anyway. Itsuka Kotori is completely stunned. Wu Yan pressed down on her shoulders, and he slowly inched his way towards her neck. I am going to move. When Wu Yan spoke slowly, Kotori finally reacted. She saw the two sharp fangs in Wu Yan's mouth and she was scared. No, Itsuka Kotori yelled. She placed her hands on Wu Yan's chest and pushed him away with all her might. But how can she beat Wu Yan in terms of strength? As a result, a scene of rape unfolded in the spacious command room. Commander. Kanazuki Kyuhei was shocked. His handsome face. No, his pig face was furious. He forgot about Wu Yan's combat ability and rushed towards the command desk. Commander. I'm coming to save you. A foot appeared on Kyuhei Kanazuki's face as he was kicked off the podium. It was Itsuka Kotori's little foot that was kicking him off the podium while she was struggling to free herself. Stop. Stop it. Kotori pushed Wu Yan with all her might, but Wu Yan didn't budge at all. Kotori screamed with her eyes closed. For the first time in her life, Kotori wished that she still had her fairy power. Be a good girl and don't move. Let me suck you. Wu Yan said unhappily. Didn't you want to prove yourself? Why did you reject me? There's no need for that. There's no need for that. I believe you. Itsuka Kotori said with tears in her eyes. She did believe it. After all, the two sharp fangs might be fake, but the fear that came from the bottom of her heart was real. Her instincts told her that the person before her was indeed a vampire. Wu Yan stopped moving his mouth towards Kotori's neck. His lips curled into a smirk. Wu Yan looked at Kotori's face and smiled evilly. Do you really believe me? You don't need me to prove myself? No, no, no. Itsuka Kotori shook her head like a rattledrum. However, her head stopped abruptly and her eyes widened. She stared at Wu Yan's hand with disbelief. Wu Yan looked at Kotori in confusion. He looked at his hand and scratched his head. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Kotori stared at Wu Yan's hand blankly. She didn't react at all. Suddenly, tears welled up in Kotori's eyes. She stood up and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. What are you doing? Wu Yan was shocked by Kotori's actions. Kotori ignored Wu Yan and reached for Wu Yan's hand. To be more precise, she reached for the white bracelet on Wu Yan's wrist. It's the sealing bracelet. Itsuka Kotori caressed the sealing bracelet on Wu Yan's wrist in a daze. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia, excitement, and enchantment. She looked like she had been searching for something for a very long time and now, she finally found it. I say. Wu Yan stared blankly at Kotori. He asked awkwardly. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with my bracelet? Itsuka Kotori looked at Wu Yan with her red eyes. She seemed to be reminiscing about something. She raised her hand and her sleeve slid down. Wu Yan's pupils shrank when he saw the scene that appeared in front of him. The sealing bracelet. Wu Yan exclaimed. That's right. It's a red sealing bracelet in front of Wu Yan. So you do know him. Kotori exhaled. She stared at Wu Yan's face. She no longer felt like she just met him for the first time. Instead, she felt a sense of familiarity. How could this be? The sealing bracelet caught Wu Yan off guard. Itsuka Kotori opened her mouth and said, Don't worry, Wu Yan can't handle it. Hey, do you want to join Ratatosker? Chapter 411. Listen up. Don't let the cat out of the bag in front of my family. Otherwise, you'll have to sleep on the streets. Kotori reminded Wu Yan for the nth time in front of her house. It seems like she's worried about Wu Yan's character. Wu Yan's heart twitched when he saw that. Wu Yan wanted to look up at the sky and let out a long sigh, but when he raised his head and saw the house in front of him, he stopped what he was about to do and his expression turned weird. How did he end up going home with Itsuka Kotori? Wu Yan himself is confused as to why he ended up going home with her. When he saw the red sealing bracelet on Itsuka Kotori's wrist, Wu Yan's mind went haywire. He had no idea what's going on here. It was his first time in this world, and it was his first time meeting Kotori. Why was she wearing the sealing bracelet? Could it be that the sealing bracelet exists in this world? As soon as the thought popped up in his mind, the system notification told Wu Yan that the sealing bracelet can only be found in the system. In other words, the sealing bracelet on Kotori's wrist came from the system. But then again, there's no way to explain this. He and Kotori just met today, and they didn't know each other at all. He's never been to this world before. More importantly, other than that time with Flandre-chan, he's never exchanged for another sealing bracelet. Where did the sealing ring in the 5 Rivers Zither come from? If the red sealing bracelet appeared, where did the white sealing bracelet go? If Kotori was wearing the sealing bracelet, could it be that her elven powers were sealed by the sealing bracelet? These 3 questions have been lingering in Wu Yan's mind ever since he saw the sealing bracelet on Kotori's wrist. When Kotori asked if he wanted to join Ratatosker, Wu Yan nodded. And so, Wu Yan officially became a member of Ratatosker. He's a combat commander too. Ratatosker isn't inferior to AST in any other aspect. In fact, they're even better than AST in certain aspects. Their only weakness is that Ratatosker's attitude towards elves is to save them. That's why Ratatosker can't even compare to a normal army, let alone AST. Wu Yan's appearance just so happens to make up for this weakness. After all, Kotori and the others saw Wu Yan's combat prowess on the big screen. He's even comparable to the elves. With this kind of combat prowess, it would be a waste of Wu Yan's status if he doesn't become a combat commander. As for why Wu Yan would follow Kotori home, Wu Yan doesn't know either. According to Kotori, it's because... Do you have anywhere else you can go? Wu Yan thought about it for 0.01 seconds and agreed without hesitation. Wu Yan brought quite a bit of gold from Silveria before he came to this world. It's more than enough for him to buy a villa. But rather than living in a house by himself, he might as well go home with a cute girl. Wu Yan is also curious about the main character of this world, Itsuka Shido. The main characters of Whirlwind the Butler and Magic Catalog are both unlucky. If he gets close to them, Wu Yan is worried that their bad luck might be contagious. Compared to the other 2, Itsuka Shido is much easier to get along with. Most importantly, Itsuka Shido was an honorable planner of the Light Clan. The arrogant Itsuka Kotori was conquered by Itsuka Shido when she was young. In other words, Itsuka Kotori has a brother complex. Wu Yan looked at Itsuka Kotori with a regretful look. She's a cute chick, but she's already been taken over by someone else. It's not like the person who did it is a scumbag. Wu Yan has no interest in NTR other people. Of course, Itsuka Kotori shivered when she saw Wu Yan's regretful gaze. She bared her fangs and said angrily, "What are you up to this time?" Wu Yan chuckled dryly and muttered, "Why do you say again?" Huh. Itsuka Kotori harumphed. She turned around and looked at the entrance of her house. She hesitated for a moment before she turned around and said, "Listen up. Don't let the cat out of the bag in front of my family. Otherwise, you'll really have to sleep on the streets." Wu Yan's face crumbled in an instant. "You've told me that many times. I'm just worried that you won't remember. What should I do so that I won't give myself away? I've thought about it for a long time." Itsuka Kotori thought for a moment and said reluctantly, "I'll say that you're my long-lost brother." Wu Yan almost choked on his own breath. His brows twitched, he couldn't stay calm. "My long-lost brother? What a sharp excuse. What's wrong? Can I change it?" No. Itsuka Kotori exhaled and turned around to face the door. She took off the black ribbon on her head and took out a pair of white ribbons from her pocket. She put them on her own head. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. He watched Itsuka Kotori's actions with interest. He knew that she would turn into a cute little sister after putting on the white ribbons. Wu Yan was looking forward to it. Wu Yan's expectations were proven right. When Itsuka Kotori turned around again, the cold expression on her face was gone. It was replaced by an innocent and cute smile. She blinked at Wu Yan and said with a smile, "Go in, Oniai-chan." When that soft Oniai-chan entered Wu Yan's ears, an inexplicable warmth filled his body. It's as if he's soaking in a hot spring. It's comfortable to the extreme. Itsuka Kotori didn't know that her Oniai-chan almost awakened a certain someone's strange nature. She opened the door of her house and shouted in a cheering tone, "I'm back." Itsuka Kotori's sweet voice made Wu Yan smile. He had to admit, Itsuka Kotori in her little sister mode is really cute. However, when another sweet voice entered Wu Yan's ears, Wu Yan was completely dumbfounded. "You're back? Kotori." A figure slowly walked out of the house. When he saw the figure, Wu Yan's dumbfounded expression completely twisted. Her long, dark blue hair was draped over her frail shoulders, and her bangs were neatly spread across her forehead. Just a little bit more, and it would cover her slightly dark pupils. On the left side of her bangs, there was a tuft of hair tied up with a hairband. At the end of the band was a cute hair accessory, adding a bit of cuteness to its owner's already extraordinary appearance. She was holding a spatula and wearing an apron. She was smiling at Kotori, her eyes filled with love and adoration. That's right. It's her big sister. Itsuka Kotori smiled happily and cheered. She threw herself at her and hugged her arm. It seems like they are very close. However, the word big sister from Itsuka Kotori caused Wu Yan to have a mental breakdown. Big sister? Yes, Itsuka Kotori smiled and hugged her big sister. She said to Wu Yan, "This is my big sister, Shiori Itsuka." Chapter 412. Itsuka Shiori. Itsuka Kotori's older sister? Female? What about Itsuka Shido? Did Itsuka Shido turn into a girl? Is this Itsuka Shiori the main character of the original novel? Looking at the two girls hugging each other intimately, Wu Yan felt a bit absent-minded. He had imagined a lot of situations where he would come into contact with the main character, but he didn't expect the final outcome to be like this. In the original work, Itsuka Shido did dress up as a woman. However, that was because he was trying to woo a certain elf who hated men. Wu Yan didn't believe that Itsuka Shido would dress up as a woman at home. Or at least, he didn't have a habit of dressing up as a woman. Wu Yan swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly. He turned to Itsuka Kotori and asked in a serious tone, Do you only have one older sister in your family?" Yes, Itsuka Kotori looked at Wu Yan strangely. She didn't understand why Wu Yan acted like this when he saw her older sister, but she still answered honestly. Are you sure you don't have an older brother? Itsuka Kotori shook her head quickly. Her two red ponytails swung back and forth, giving her a youthful vibe. Nope, I only have one older sister. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. In his mind, the thousands of tables in front of him have been destroyed by Wu Yan in the most violent way possible. He didn't expect Itsuka Shido to really turn into a girl. At this moment, Wu Yan felt like the date battle world that he was familiar with has become a stranger. The sealing ring that appeared out of nowhere. The main character of the original novel turned into a girl. Even if the plot characters are still the same people, no more, no less. At most, one of the main characters will be turned into a girl. But Wu Yan can't be sure if things will continue the way they did in the original work in this world. When Wu Yan had this thought, he didn't know if the story would continue the same way as the original novel. Everything that happens next is beyond his expectations. Shirori furrowed her brows as she looked at Wu Yan, whose expression kept changing. She also noticed the weird questions he asked her. She pulled Itsuka Kotori and whispered into her ear. Kotori, who is this person? He looks really strange and suspicious. If Itsuka Kotori was in commander mode, she would be shocked by her sister's intuition. She would then reveal all the strange and suspicious things about Wu Yan without hesitation. Of course, Itsuka Kotori was a good girl in her younger sister mode. She shook her head as if she was trying to defend herself. He's not a strange person. Itsuka Kotori stepped forward and opened her hand. She grinned mischievously at Wu Yan. Sister, let me introduce you. This is Kotori's long-lost older brother. Long-lost older brother? Itsuka Kotori's words didn't make Shirori feel relieved. It made her even more confused. Kotori, how come I've never heard of you having a long-lost older brother? It's reasonable for Shirori to ask such a question. After all, Shirori isn't Kotori's biological sister. Even though Shirori and Kotori have been living together for a long time, Shirori isn't sure if Kotori has a long-lost older brother. Kotori scratched her head and stuck her tongue out at Shirori. She said embarrassedly, "It's because I didn't know before. I only found out recently that I have an older brother." Is that so? Shirori was still confused. She didn't know where Kotori found out she had a brother, and where did she go to find him? Shirori was confused about all of this. However, when she saw Kotori's mischievous look, she knew she was familiar with Kotori. At the very least, she won't be able to get any answers from Kotori. Shirori looked at Wu Yan. She had her doubts, but since Kotori said so, Shirori had no choice but to believe her. They still have a long way to go. Shirori decided to help Kotori keep an eye on her. She didn't want the naive Kotori to get scammed. Welcome to the Itsuka family. Shirori smiled at Wu Yan and bowed. I'm Shirori Itsuka. I'm Kotori's legal older sister. Nice to meet you. Of course not. Wu Yan turned his head away. To be honest, he really doesn't know how to deal with this feminine main character of the original work. Whether or not the main character is feminine has nothing to do with him, but the fact that Wu Yan was caught off guard is a fact. Suddenly, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he looked at Itsuka Kotori, who was giggling. The protagonist is feminine. In other words, Itsuka Kotori was not conquered by the main character. Wu Yan, who was feeling a bit depressed because things didn't turn out the way he had envisioned. The gloomy mood of a second ago suddenly brightened up. Even his mood became a lot more cheerful. Kotori didn't know she was being targeted by a wolf. She saw Wu Yan's expression change, and his eyes darting around. He didn't even greet Shirori. This made Kotori anxious. To prevent the atmosphere from turning awkward, Kotori jumped out and faced her older sister. Sis, Oniai-chan will be living with us from now on. Please make sure to cook for one more person. I see. Shirori nodded and smiled at Wu Yan. Then I'll go help this. Wu Yan and Kotori knew that Shirori didn't know how to address the other party. Wu Yan didn't even introduce himself since the start of the meeting. Wu Yan wanted to introduce himself, but Kotori thought Wu Yan was still in a daze. She quickly said, Sis, Oniai-chan's name is Itsuka. Itsuka. Itsuka Kotori's eyes lit up, and she said something that left Wu Yan flabbergasted. Shido. Oniai-chan's name is Itsuka Shido. The name Itsuka Shido reverberated throughout the room. The three of them reacted differently. Kotori had a smile on her face, as if she was proud of herself for coming up with a good name. Shiori, on the other hand, had a weird expression on her face. The name Itsuka Shido and Shiori sound more like a pair of siblings. Wu Yan, on the other hand, who already has the name Itsuka Shido, his heart contracted. His expression changed to one of embarrassment. Itsuka Shido. My name. How should I react? Wu Yan forced a smile as he looked at the happy Kotori. Itsuka Shido. Kotori made a funny face at Wu Yan. She tried to tell herself not to be so embarrassed. How would Kotori know what the name Itsuka Shido represents? Is there anything you're not happy about? Oniai-chan. No. He's the main character now. What's there to be unhappy about? Shiori tilted her body and she told Wu Yan. Well then, Shido-kun, let's go inside first. Once I'm done cooking, I will help Shido-kun clean up a room. Wu Yan had nothing to say. He smiled helplessly at Shiori. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Shiori. Shiori smiled sweetly. Since Shido-kun is Kotori's brother, then you're my brother as well. Please don't be shy, just treat this place as your home. Oniai-chan, let me introduce you to this house. Itsuka Kotori nodded. She grabbed Wu Yan and Shiori by the hand, and they walked into the house. Chapter 413. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's home. Morning, Itsuka's home. Itsuka Shiori is already in the kitchen humming a tune. She skillfully flipped the pot in her hand. She looks like a virtuous cook. It's obvious that she enjoys cooking. In one of the rooms, Wu Yan, who has gotten used to sleeping and didn't seem to be affected by the change of location and bed. He's still sleeping soundly under his blanket. It's as if he's not going to stop until the sky falls and the earth rends apart. At some point, Wu Yan's door opened and a girl with 2 red ponytails and a white ribbon poked her head out from behind the door. She looked around furtively before looking at the bed. Oniai-chan found it. Itsuka Kotori covered her mouth and giggled. She tiptoed to the bed like a thief. When she was less than 1 meter away from Wu Yan's bed, Kotori yelled and she jumped up from the ground. She pounced on Wu Yan's bed, and she stomped on Wu Yan's body. Oniai-chan, wake up. Itsuka Kotori giggled as she danced around Wu Yan. She stomped her feet on the bed in an attempt to wake Wu Yan up from his slumber. However, Kotori weighs less than 40 kilograms. Even if she danced on Wu Yan's body, it's nothing to Wu Yan, who has the body of a true ancestor. She can't even tickle Wu Yan, let alone wake him up. Itsuka Kotori stopped, and she glared at Wu Yan, who is still snoring away. She pursed her lips and she jumped up again. She kicked Wu Yan in the stomach with a flying kick. This time, no matter how light she is, Wu Yan can't ignore it. Wu Yan woke up when he felt the pain in his stomach. Oh, Oniai-chan, good morning. Kotori greeted Wu Yan with a smile. Of course, if she wasn't standing on top of Wu Yan, it would be more convincing. Logically speaking, no matter how good Wu Yan's temper is, having his sweet dream broken in such a rude manner would be hard for him to avoid grumbling. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he froze. That was because Itsuka Kotori, who was standing on top of him, was wearing a dress. Itsuka Kotori didn't know if she noticed that she's exposed or not. She assumed that Wu Yan hasn't woken up from his dream yet. She pouted and she raised her foot. She wanted to stomp down on him again. This action woke Wu Yan up from his stupor. He turned pale with fright because Kotori's foot missed his stomach by quite a bit. Wait! Wu Yan didn't have time to get up. When he saw Kotori's foot, he felt a chill between his legs. Wu Yan quickly grabbed Kotori's hand and pulled her down. Ah! Itsuka Kotori shrieked, and she lost her balance. She fell straight into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan subconsciously raised his arms and hugged her into his arms. Itsuka Kotori's body stiffened. She could feel the pair of hands around her waist, and the scent of a man so close to her. Her mind was muddled, and she couldn't react in time. This is the first time Kotori has been so close to a man. Wu Yan didn't feel anything like Kotori. Wu Yan has been hugging girls in the Magic Catalog and Spalier World Academy. Even though the girl in his arms has changed, Wu Yan didn't feel anything. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Itsuka Kotori. Say, Kotori, are you trying to wake me up or do you want me to stay in bed forever? You were so cruel. Wu Yan felt weird. The scene where Kotori woke him up is exactly the same as the scene where Kotori woke Shido up in the original work. Could it be that not only had his name changed, but he had really become the main character of this world? Kotori looked up from Wu Yan's arms. She looked at Wu Yan's face and made sure Wu Yan didn't want to let go of her. She said weakly, Big brother, can you let go of me first? Wu Yan paused and realized he was holding Kotori in his arms. Wu Yan smiled when he saw Kotori's shy expression. Not only did he not let go of Kotori, he tightened his grip and pulled her into his embrace. Wu Yan's lips curled into a naughty grin. Let go? My naughty little sister woke up her big brother with a prank. How can I not punish her? Itsuka Kotori's face flushed red. Even her head felt a little dizzy. If it was a gentle hug before, then now it's a deep hug. Itsuka Kotori could even feel his thick chest pressing against her small breasts. I know I was wrong. Kotori stuttered as she pushed Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan, who's in close proximity to Kotori, could feel Kotori's heart thumping furiously. You know you were wrong? That means you're going to accept your punishment, right? Wu Yan looked at Kotori's blushing face and he told her in a gentle voice. Okay, Wu Yan said. Itsuka Kotori shrunk her neck timidly and asked in a soft voice. What punishment? What punishment? Wu Yan grinned. He grinned wickedly. What kind of punishment is that? Wu Yan's face inched closer to Kotori's. Ugh. Itsuka Kotori's already red face turned a deep shade of purple. Could it be that the so-called punishment was Wu Yan's face got closer and closer? Kotori's red eyes teared up. Her heartbeat sped up and she didn't know what to do. She looked around as if she was looking for something that could save her. When Wu Yan's lips were about to touch hers, Kotori whimpered and closed her eyes. Wu Yan was overjoyed and he almost laughed out loud. He didn't think that after only knowing her for a day, he would be able to conquer this girl with dual personality. Sure enough, soft girls are good, easy to bully. Just as he was about to kiss her and steal her kiss, Itsuka Kotori punched him in the face with her tiny fist. Wah! The sudden punch stunned Wu Yan. Since he wasn't on guard, the punch landed squarely on Wu Yan's nose. Wu Yan felt something sour and sweet rushing up his nose. He let go of Kotori and covered his nose with his hand. You despicable pervert! Itsuka Kotori yelled at Wu Yan. Wu Yan noticed that the white ribbon on Itsuka Kotori's head was replaced with a black one. It's commander mode. Why? Wu Yan muttered. He didn't understand why Kotori changed her hair ribbon so quickly. But to Itsuka Kotori it sounded like, why did you reject me? You still have the nerve to say that. Kotori raged at Wu Yan as she punched him again. How dare you kiss a girl you've only known for a day? Die. Chapter 414. Itsuka Shirori is holding a bowl of rice in her left hand. She didn't pick up the chopsticks in her right hand. She's looking at Wu Yan and Kotori with an odd expression on her face. No one can tell what she's thinking. The reason for this was not without reason. It was because the expression and behavior of the man and woman in front of him were too suspicious. One of them was engrossed in eating as if he had a grudge against the food in his bowl. The other was blushing as she kept grabbing her chopsticks. She didn't even realize that her bowl was already empty. It's too suspicious. Shirori glanced at the man and woman in front of her. After a while, Shirori couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "What's wrong with you guys?" As soon as Shirori finished speaking, Kotori's body trembled as if she was stimulated by something. She stood up with such force that even her chair fell to the ground. Kotori blushed and closed her eyes. She yelled at Shirori, "Nothing. Nothing at all." Shirori froze on the spot. She looked at the shy Kotori and didn't understand why Kotori had such a big reaction. Did something really happen? Shirori tilted her head and looked at Wu Yan, who was shaking his head with a bitter smile. She asked carefully, "Did I miss something?" Shiori's words reminded Kotori of what happened this morning. Kotori blushed. Kotori felt lucky that she managed to stop the car at the last moment and changed into the black satin belt as fast as she could. Otherwise, Kotori doesn't dare to look at Wu Yan anymore. It's not only because Wu Yan wanted to do something beyond friendship with her. It's also because she punched Wu Yan twice in her commander mode. She was too embarrassed to face Wu Yan. Of course, Kotori wouldn't tell Shiori about this. Wu Yan also wouldn't bring up the fact that he got punched twice for his sister. Thus, the two of them fell silent. Seeing this, Shiori was even more certain that she must have missed something. Something must have happened between the two people in front of her. Shiori bit the end of her chopsticks and hesitated for a bit. She didn't force Lu Zhou to answer. Instead, she lowered her head. Ugh, I care so much. It has to be said that in every girl's heart, there is a flame of gossip. At this moment, a report came out from the TV. Early this morning, a small spatial quake was observed in the suburbs of Heaven Palace City. The damage was light and there were no casualties. The cause of the spatial quake is currently being investigated. The report made the three of them stop eating. Wu Yan and Kotori's expression froze. Kotori's no longer shy. She looked at Wu Yan and relaxed when she saw his calm expression. If Kotori was in her commander mode, she wouldn't have gone looking for Wu Yan. She's just a cheerful, naive, and lively little girl. She doesn't have much of an opinion of her own when it comes to big matters like this. Wu Yan was confused by this difference. He doesn't know if Kotori's two personalities are really split personalities. On the surface, the two personalities share their memories. Kotori should know how to deal with spatial quakes calmly after seeing her other self as a commander. Of course, with such a profound question, he didn't even give the original story. How could Wu Yan come up with an answer in just one day? So, as usual, he'll just let it be. He'll cross the bridge when he comes to it anyway. Shiori didn't know that her two seemingly normal family members were in a different world from her. At least not for now. She looked at the TV and said, "Is it a bit too much lately?" Shiori is obviously talking about spatial quakes. Kotori glanced at the TV and said casually, "Yeah, they came a little early too." Kotori whispered her last sentence very softly, so Shiori didn't hear her. Wu Yan, on the other hand, heard her and he chuckled before turning his back on her. Despite his nonchalant look, Wu Yan is actually very excited. Shiori and Kotori might not know what this news means, but how could Wu Yan not know? It means that the female lead of the original novel, Toka Toka, is about to arrive. Today was also the day where the storyline would begin. The atmosphere at the dinner table quieted down after the spatial quakes report. Shiori's heart sank when she heard about it. Wu Yan and Kotori had their own thoughts. Shiori recovered and looked at Wu Yan. "Oh right, Shido. What do you plan to do?" Wu Yan flinched when he heard that. He looked at her blankly. "What do I plan to do? What do you mean?" Shiori chuckled and said to Wu Yan, "Kotori and I are going to school soon. You're the only one left at home, is that okay?" "Well, it's nothing." Wu Yan scratched his face. Before he could finish, Kotori stood up and cut him off. "Sis, you don't have to worry." Kotori wagged her finger. "Oniai-chan won't be home alone. Wait, Oniai-chan is going to school with you." "What?" Wu Yan and Shiori were shocked. Wu Yan wanted to say something, but Kotori winked at him and signaled him to keep quiet. Wu Yan helplessly shrunk back into his seat. He knew that this must be Kotori's decision in her commander mode. Shiori looked at Wu Yan in surprise. "Shido, are you really going to school at Toritani Zen High?" "I think so." Wu Yan dryly laughed. He's more or less annoyed. He's already over 20 years old. He should be able to graduate from university. Now he has to go back to high school. It was fine back in Silveria World Institute since it was a completely different school, and they only learned combat. However, it was different here. They were going to school for real, and they had to carry a backpack around. If possible, Wu Yan really doesn't want to go. But no matter how unwilling he is, he still has to go. Ignoring the fact that he's a member of Ratatosker, it's disrespectful to disobey the commander's orders. Plus, he's living under someone else's roof, so he can't refuse. Toritani Zen High is the school the original main character went to. Shirori is a feminine version of the original main character. She should be in the same class as Tokichi Origami. If I go to school there, I should be able to meet Kite 1 Origami. I wonder if that girl will be surprised when she sees me going to school? In the original work, Tashiichi Origami was infatuated with the main character, Itsuka Shido. In the original work, Tashiichi Origami wanted to give herself to Itsuka Shido countless times. Now Itsuka Shido has been replaced by Itsuka Shirori. Will Tashiichi Origami still be infatuated with the main character like in the original work? If she is, then that's interesting. Kotori nodded in satisfaction when she saw that Wuyen didn't expose her. Shirori smiled and said, "Then there's no problem. I was worried that you would be lonely at home." Wuyen could only chuckle. In a world like this, how can one be lonely? Chapter 415. On the way to school, Kotori is jumping up and down while mumbling about the super deluxe children's meal. Shirori was reluctant when Kotori asked to go to the family restaurant for the super deluxe children's meal, but now, she has a knowing smile on her face. It's obvious that Shirori dotes on Kotori a lot. The two beauties had happy smiles on their faces. Along the way, they attracted a lot of attention. However, Wu Yen, who was walking beside Itsuka Shirori, had a helpless expression on his face. Of course, this isn't because Kotori wanted to eat the super deluxe children's meal. This is something that happened in the original story as well. Wu Yen expected this to happen, so he didn't feel anything against it. After all, Kotori's request to eat the children's meal was the start of the story. What makes Wu Yen helpless is the clothes he's wearing. To be more precise, it's a uniform. He was wearing a suit with a white shirt and a blue striped bow tie. His trousers were gray trousers and a black jacket. He was also carrying a briefcase-like backpack in his hand. He was completely dressed like a high school student. Wu Yen might be in his 20s, but with the uniform and his fair face, he does look like a high school student. At least, those who don't know Wu Yen wouldn't be able to tell that he's in his 20s. I don't know what Kotori did. Kotori just told me to go to school, and in the blink of an eye, she gave me this uniform. She even convinced Shirori to go to school. It's not that strange. In the original novel, Ratatosker has the power to renovate commercial streets, restaurants, and hotels. With this kind of power, it's a piece of cake for Wu Yen to go to school. Thus, it was decided that Itoka Shido would be admitted to Durichi Zen High School. Wu Yen originally wanted to go to Fraxinus to wait for Yatan Toka to descend and take a look at the airship. But now he decided to go with Shirori to the school instead. However, even if they went to the school, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, it wouldn't be long before the spacequake appeared. Everyone would have to run away to avoid it. And the next time, even the school would be directly destroyed by the spacequake. So whether they went to the school or not, would it matter? Too bad Wu Yen can't tell her about this. He can only follow Shirori to the school and act as a cameo. Soon, the three of them arrived at the family restaurant. Kotori turned around. "Okay sis Oniai-chan, we'll meet here after school, I know." Shirori giggled at Kotori. Kotori pouted. She started telling the two to come after school, even if there's a spacequake. Shirori couldn't do anything about it. Wu Yen snickered on the inside. After Kotori left, the two of them looked at each other. Shirori said softly, "Then Shido, let's go to school. It's a new semester, all the students have to report to the school." Wu Yen shrugged. He was about to follow Shirori to school when a figure hiding behind a telephone pole caught Wu Yan's attention. The person seemed to have noticed Wu Yan's attention. She quickly hid behind the pole. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. A strange feeling rose in Wu Yan's heart. If Wu Yan is not mistaken, the person hiding behind the telephone pole should have a head of white shoulder-length hair. Tabichi Origami. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He sneaked a peek at the electric pole, and then at Shirori, who is walking in front of him. He's starting to lose his cool. Is Tokichi Origami still infatuated with the main character like the original work? But Tokichi Origami has become Shirori. Now Tokichi Origami is me. There's no way Tokichi Origami would fall for a fake main character like me. Could it be that Tokichi Origami's surname changed because the main character became a girl? In other words, Tokichi Origami is a Yuri? At this moment, Wu Yan's heart is filled with unbearable emotions. Wu Yan's expression is conflicted. What's wrong? Shido, hurry up, we're going to be late. I got it. On the other side, Tokichi Origami stuck her head out from behind the pole. She looked at Wu Yan and Shirori walking towards the school. She frowned slightly. That elf. Tokichi Origami looked at Wu Yan, who was walking away. Why is he here? What is his purpose? Together with Shirori Itsuka, Yuichi Origami tapped the watch on her wrist as if she was doing something. After a long time, she raised her head in confusion. The elf is here. Why is there no psychic wave reaction? He lifted his head and looked at the class sign with 2 to 4 written on it. He didn't say anything, but after a while, he let out a long sigh. Dori Lichon High School 2nd year 4th class, the original main character's class. Although Wu Yan had some guesses on the way here, he still got a headache when he was assigned to this class. There's Shirori and Tokichi Origami in this class. Did I really become the main character of this world? But I don't have the enviable ability to seal a fairy's power with just a kiss. In the classroom, the seemingly cute but aged head teacher also finished the opening speech of the new semester. She said to the students below, "Well, next, there will be a transfer student who will be joining our class and learning with us." Hearing this, the students all had different reactions. They were just guessing the surname and appearance of the person. For these students, it was undoubtedly an exciting thing to have a beautiful female classmate or a handsome male classmate in the same class as them. Shirori, who was sitting in the last row, was stunned when she heard the homeroom teacher. Transfer student. Don't tell me it's Shido. He's in this class? The homeroom teacher seemed to have expected this reaction, so she didn't say anything else. She turned around and faced the door. Please come in. Outside the door, Wu Yan slapped his cheeks. He decided to stop tormenting himself. It won't be long before the spacequake alarm goes off. Everyone in the school will have to take shelter. He might as well sneak out when that happens. Wu Yan slowly opened the door, and he walked up to the podium under the watchful eyes of the entire class. He looked at the students and he smiled at Shirori, who had an "I knew it" expression on her face. He then glanced at Tokichi Origami, who was glaring at him, and he wrote his name on the blackboard. Itsuka Shido. The students were stunned when they saw this name. They all turned to look at Shirori. Shirori felt a bit embarrassed, but it was inevitable. After all, these two names can give people a lot of thoughts. I'm Itsuka Shido. Wu Yan's expression was a little unnatural when he said the name, but he quickly brushed it aside. Nice to meet you all. The students were stunned when they heard Itsuka Shido's simple self-introduction. They looked at each other and the atmosphere froze. Even the homeroom teacher smiled awkwardly. She didn't know what to say. Chapter 416. Tiangong City, Duralizen High School. For the entire morning, the teacher on the podium lectured nonstop with spittle flying all over the place. She didn't even pause in the middle of her lecture, which made one sigh in admiration of her skill. However, Wu Yan didn't even listen to a single word during the entire morning's lesson. It's not that he can't understand. With his perfect memory ability, even if he can't listen to it, he can still remember it. But for him, going to class is a form of torture, and he, as a standard otaku, had already endured this torture for 12 whole years. And this didn't even include the kindergarten. Fortunately, Japan's classes aren't as boring as China's. Classes aren't that long. There are also clubs, and clubs. For some people, it's a pleasure to attend classes here. Wu Yan, on the other hand, spent the whole morning in a daze. Other than Wu Yan, there's another person who didn't pay attention to a single word. That's Toshiichi Origami. On the surface, she's always the top student in the school year. She's an all-rounder in sports and got full marks in looks. She's the best of the best. But today, for the first time in her life, she's doing something that didn't invade her mind. That's because this morning, she placed all of her attention on Wu Yan, who is sitting beside her. Like he's worried that Wu Yan might go on a rampage and hurt someone. Being stared at for an entire morning, Wu Yan's heart twitched and his whole body felt weird. It's not that he doesn't like being stared at by pretty girls. It's just that Tabichi Origami stare at him, if there's even the slightest bit of emotion in it. Even if it's just killing intent, it's fine. But she just stared at him with an emotionless expression for an entire morning. Who would be able to remain calm under that kind of mechanical gaze? After class, Shiori tidied up her textbooks and her desk before looking at Wu Yan. Shido, let's go to the family dining room. Kotori should be waiting there. Wu Yan was about to nod when Tashiichi Origami suddenly stood up. Wu Yan froze. Tashiichi Origami walked up to Wu Yan and stared at Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan's scalp went numb. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Sis, you've been staring at me for the entire morning. Haven't you had enough? I'm not handsome at all. I only gained a little bit after becoming a true ancestor. Do you have to stare at me so hard? Perhaps Tashiichi Origami heard Wu Yan's complaints. She slowly opened her mouth and said expressionlessly to Wu Yan. Why are you here? Wu Yan laughed dryly. Although I could guess that you would definitely ask me this question. Why don't you look surprised at all? On the other side, Shiori scratched her face, hesitated for a moment, and raised her hand. Do you know each other? Tabichi Origami turned around to look at Shiori. Wu Yan could see Tabichi Origami looking at Shiori with a blank expression. However, he could see the flirtatious look in her blue eyes. Under the gaze of Tabichi Origami, Shiori felt goosebumps. She unconsciously shrank her body and muttered in her heart. Does this super genius know me? But I don't remember seeing her before. This question is a mystery even in the original work, so of course, no one can give Shiori an answer here. Wu Yan, on the other hand, saw how Tabichi Origami treated the two of them differently. How could he not know that his guess is a fact? His heart felt like it got trampled by thousands of grass-mud horses. He's in a state of utter embarrassment. Shiori was a good girl. He didn't expect her to turn into a Yuri girl. Embarrassed, Wu Yan turned his head to look at Shiori. Instantly, a strong sense of worship rose in his heart. At this moment, his admiration for Shiori is like the Yellow River, endless and unending. As the main character of the story, he's still able to flirt with girls even though he's a girl. That's a level worth worshipping. Wu Yan's admiration for Shiori aside, Shiori is a bit afraid of Tabichi Origami. He quickly said to Tabichi Origami, Tabichi-san, we still have a date to attend to, so. Itsuka Shiori. Tabichi Origami said calmly, interrupting Shiori's speech. You better not get too close to him, it won't do you any good. Shiori hesitated. She weakly said under Tashiichi Origami's threatening gaze. But Shido is my older brother. Tabichi Origami narrowed her eyes. Of course, she wouldn't doubt Shiori's words. However, she would rather die than believe that an elf is Shiori's older brother. Even if Wu Yan doesn't have any elven energy waves on him. She still saw the scene of Wu Yan descending with a spacequake. Tashiichi Origami's first thought was that Wu Yan did something to Shiori. This kind of thing was definitely possible for the elves with their strange abilities. What did you do to Shiori? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. If I said I didn't, would you believe me? Tashiichi Origami didn't say anything. She just stared at Wu Yan. Shiori wanted to say something when she saw the tension between Tabichi Origami and Wu Yan. But an ear-piercing siren blared in midair. It reverberated through the entire Toburai Zen High School, and even the entire Tengong City. Warning signs of a spacequake have been detected in this area. Please head to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. This is not a training exercise. This is not a training exercise. This is a real warning. All residents in the area, please head to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. All residents in the area, please head to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. I repeat, warning signs of a space quake detected in this area. It's here. The space-time alarm went off, and everyone's expression changed. Shiori turned pale with fright while Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami straightened their faces. Tashiichi Origami glanced at Wu Yan again before walking out of the classroom. Shiori was shocked. She raised her hand and yelled, "Tashiichi Origami, you can't run around like that. You have to go to a shelter." Unfortunately, Tashiichi Origami would listen to anything Shiori says under normal circumstances. However, when it comes to elves, even Shiori can't persuade Tashiichi Origami. Unless Tashiichi Origami's parents who died under the elves' power come back to life, no one can persuade her otherwise. In the original work, the main character, Itsuka Shido, had to use his life to protect Teruchi Origami. Teruchi Origami had to compromise once. From this, it could be seen how much Teruchi Origami hated the elves, Shido. Shiori looked at Wu Yen helplessly as Tabichi Origami walked out of the classroom. Wu Yen said, "Shiori, let's go take shelter." Shiori nodded. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. "I wonder if Kotori went to a shelter." Before Wu Yen could stop her, Shiori took out her phone from her pocket. She searched for Kotori's GPS. Shiori gasped in shock. "Kotori, why is Kotori in front of the cafeteria?" Shiori recalled what Kotori said to her in the morning, and her face paled a little. "Is Kotori really waiting for us there?" "Calm down." Wu Yen patted her shoulder. "Go to a shelter, leave Kotori to me." "But, don't worry." You're tuning in to the Lime's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.